Okay, we're live.
I want to call to order the council meeting of September 20th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Member Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. So tonight we're starting with several special orders of the day. And the first one's a resolution expressing appreciation for Jeffrey Wong. I believe, Brad, you wanted to start with an intro?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Du Bois and the City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. And as the mayor stated, we're starting off today's meeting by recognizing the career and retirement of another of our long-serving Public Works employees, Jeff Wong. And Jeff joined the city almost 31 years ago, has been providing excellent service in multiple roles at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant Laboratory ever since. He's highly respected, and I know that he's going to be missed by his colleagues. And personally, in my early years in my Palo Alto career in Public Works, I worked closely with Jeff on a number of projects and always found him to be professional, knowledgeable, and enthusiastic. And just really want to thank Jeff for all his efforts and his contribution to protecting San Francisco Bay really over the course of his career. So just with that little intro, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Brad. And I asked Councilmember Stone if he would go ahead and read the resolution.
Yes, absolutely happy to. Sorry, it's taking a moment to load on my computer, so I'll just look down and read it from the packet. Expressing appreciation to Jeff Wong upon his retirement. Whereas Jeff Wong, for over 3 decades, has enthusiastically served the city of Palo Alto, where he started his career on September 24th, 1990, as a lab technician, promoted to chemist the following year, and then finally served in 2010 and 2020 as acting senior chemist of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And whereas Jeff Wong has enhanced the quality of life and protected the public of the citizens of Palo Alto, Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, East Palo Alto Sanitary District, and Stanford University by sampling and analyzing billions of gallons of drinking water, recycled water, and wastewater over his 31-year career with the city. And whereas Jeff Wong earned his manager level grade 4 laboratory analyst certification from the California Water Environmental Association, which is the highest level of achievement for lab staff. And whereas Jeff Wong was instrumental in supporting modernization of the laboratory information management systems, including the early Paradox DOS system and later Chromium Element and Pretreatment LINKO databases. And whereas Jeff Wong is recognized by his peers and city staff for being professional, dependable, and always ready to volunteer. Jeff serves as an exemplary role model in his pursuit to follow Palo Alto's green initiatives. Jeff is knowledgeable about the laboratory and has provided excellent technical expertise, guidance, and support to fellow employees in the Public Works Department over his 31-year career. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Jeff Wong for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the city. That the City Council of the City of Palo Alto recognizes Jeff Wong for his tireless and enthusiastic commitment to the people of Palo Alto and thanks him for his 31 years of dedicated service on their behalf.
Great, thank you, Greer. This is a resolution which council needs to vote on. So I'm going to go to the public for public comment, and then we'll come back and council will vote, and then council can make comments. But are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this? Please raise your hand. And then we'll come back to Mr. Wong after council makes some comments. To see your hand is up. So let's, I guess, I don't know if I need a motion, but I'll make the motion if somebody would second it.
Second.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote on this resolution. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And would any members of the council like to make any comments? Yes, Councilmember Cormack.
Mr. Wong, the billions of gallons really got to me thinking about that. And, you know, I say this often to folks in utilities and public works, especially around water, that so many people live here and just appreciate turning on the tap and being able to flush their toilet and don't think about it. And during COVID, it was even more important than ever. So thanks for making things safe for all of us.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Mr. Wong, thank you so much for all your years of providing the residents and also the community here in Palo Alto with clean water and reliable water, and that we have the confidence to use it. So for the many years and on behalf of the residents here, thank you so much. And I wish you a very happy retirement and to new adventures.
Yeah, and I'll echo both Councilmember Cormack's and Ku's words. I mean, council doesn't really get to see our chemists in the water plant unless you take a tour, and you're really an unsung hero, and a 31-year career is something to be proud of. So, you know, thank you for your service to the city. Not seeing any other hands. Would you like to make some comments?
Yes, it's been an honorable journey working with wonderful coworkers at the Water Quality Control Plant. Working here for 31 years would not be possible now without having a home here in Palo Alto. The laboratory has recently hired 2 new lab techs that were selected out of 400 applicants. They both traveled to work more than an hour and a half away from Oakland and Santa Cruz. I don't think they will stay here with that commute and their current salaries. Others in the lab commute from San Jose and Fremont. I couldn't afford my condo home if I bought it today with my current salary. I would like to ask the city council members and city managers, when they talk about adding housing to the city, to think about an affordable housing component for the city's employees like wastewater operators, electrical linesmen, 911 communication operators, reference desk librarians, IT tech, desktop technicians, admin secretaries, heavy equipment operators, basically boots on the ground workers that keep the city running. I applaud you for passing just recently a California Avenue housing project for school teachers and their administrative workers. Working and living in the city would help keep dedicated city employees from leaving to other agencies, make a more fit and healthy group of workers since they would not have to do the long carbon emitting commutes. I work to work when the weather is nice. Be an available workforce at times of catastrophe, like the floods in 1998, and be more in tune with the citizens' needs and wants. I thank you for this time for giving me appreciation for my 31 years of service with the city of Palo Alto and for listening to my concerns.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to item number 2, which is a proclamation recognizing Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And I've asked Councilmember Ku to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Proclamation, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas the city of Palo Alto recognizes suicide as a public health problem and suicide prevention as a community responsibility, and suicide prevention efforts should be developed and encouraged to the maximum extent possible. And whereas in the United States, 1 person commits suicide every 11 minutes, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, in 2019, 12 million Americans seriously thought about suicide, 3.5 million planned a suicide attempt, and 1.4 million attempted suicide. And whereas in a time of navigating the COVID-19 pandemic and figuring out a new sense of normalcy, We can and must build a resilient community with and for our youth. As highlighted in California's statewide suicide prevention 2021 week theme of supportive transitions, reconnect, re-enter, rebuild. And whereas a recent special report from the CDC illustrates how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected social connections and highlights the importance of adapting suicide prevention strategies to address this factor. Example, adapting activities to support social connection, addressing structural barriers to social connection. And whereas Project Safety Net is a coalition working on community outreach, access to quality youth mental health services, and policy advocacy, while also mobilizing community support and resources in Palo Alto for youth suicide prevention and mental wellness. And whereas September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, which includes National Suicide Prevention Week, September 5th to 11th, 2021, and World Suicide Prevention Day, which is Friday, September 10th. Now, therefore, I, Tom Du Bois, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. And I believe Mary Cloner would like to say a few words. Mary, you should be able to.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Gloner. I'm the CEO of Project Safety Net. And on behalf of Project Safety Net's board and its over 50 partner members, including the City of Palo Alto, who co-founded PSN along with the Palo Alto Unified School District, I want to thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and council members for proclaiming September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and to Community Services Director Kristen Flynn for supporting the council to shepherd this proclamation. I want to thank you for acknowledging Project Safety Net, who exists because of youth, their family members, caregivers, the youth serving organizations, school systems, behavioral health, faith community, government, business, and philanthropy. And since when Project Safety Net came together a decade ago, financial investments and advancing policies in mental health promotion and suicide prevention initiatives, lethal means restriction efforts, normalizing conversations regarding mental health and suicide prevention have collectively made Palo Alto a model and resource for other communities, regionally and nationally. Like any public health approach, there is still more to achieve and to do to foster protective factors and eliminate risk factors. And in closing, I want to emphasize that these programs and the work that we collectively did through Project Safety Net have positively redefined the narrative of local youth and its family and the leaders to empowerment, strength, and resiliency. Project Safety Net looks forward to continuing partnering with the City of Palo Alto to serve its young people, their families who live, study, worship, work, and play in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mary. And would any council members like to make any comments? Okay, well, thank you. We're going to move on to our next item, which is one of our monthly. Sorry, I did see one member of the public, their hand up. Kimberly Engley. Go ahead, you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, hello. I'm a high school parent in PAUSD, and I just wanted to express appreciation to the city for the proclamation. I just wanted to say that it really, gives a clear message that Palo Alto values the health of our young people, both their physical and mental health, and that you're helping to ensure access to, much needed prevention and intervention services, and just that it's such a positive expression of support from our community for vulnerable youth and their families. So just thanks very much to your council members.
Great, thank you. And then So we're going to end that item number 2. I'm going to go back to item number 1 for 1 second. I know, Samantha, I saw your hand was up, but then you put it back down. Did you want to say anything? This is Samantha Bialaruki. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't skip anybody. All right, so we're going to move on to item number 3. And each month we've had one nonprofit give like a 10-minute update to council. And this month it's Neighbors Abroad and with Bob Wenstock. So Bob.
Well, hello. As soon as you push the share button, you all disappear. So I'll go, give me a moment to see if I can find, well, I'll just know you're out there. So my name, as Tom indicated, is Bob Winslow, and I think most of you know me pretty well. I'm president of Palo Alto's Neighbors Abroad, and it's Palo Alto's sister city program. And I wanted to spend a few minutes to catch you up on our program. As you know, Sister Cities is a relationship that has 3 strands. These strands operate right now between 8 cities, and you can see them on the map. We have European sister cities of Linköping, Heidelberg, Albi, and Enschede, Asian sister cities in Palo, Philippines, Yangpu district of Shanghai, China, and Toshiro, Japan. And one, obviously, very important sister city in Oaxaca, Mexico. So this complement of 8 sister cities has strands that are political, and we can speak for a moment of our mayor's visit to Heidelberg. They're civic, in that our city staff oftentimes collaborates with city staff and other sister cities for best practice, and their community, and that Neighbors Abroad, as a 501c3 nonprofit, supports the community engagement across our sister city network. So it's a network that's informed by cities and different strategies of a relationship. Our sister city program has 4 components. 3 have been there traditionally, that of culture, education, and commerce or business. And I began being president of the Sister City program perhaps about 4 or 5 years ago. And as an environmental engineer, I brought sustainability into the fold, believing that, and now learning that there's many best practices to be shared across sister cities, particularly with a challenge like climate, which knows no boundaries. Speaking to what just happened recently, Tom, the mayor, and I had the opportunity to represent Palo Alto in visits with the Lord Mayor of Heidelberg, Dr. Eckhart Wisner, and his vice mayor for environmental issues, Raul Schmidt-Lomotan. And in addition to working on sustainability themes, we introduced an art collaboration, which I'll show later on. We visited the place where our BEAM and FIT education programs are, where we share education practices between the city, and we catalyzed or looked at the work of entrepreneurs in Heidelberg. And a lot of our sister cities look towards this relationship as a way to get some of the fairy dust or magic dust that Palo Alto has to drop on their city. And so through our relationship, at least we can help provide a modest gateway to Palo Alto. sister city program across our sister cities is not necessarily even. Right now, we have, as shown on the left side of the slide, a European committee, a Oaxaca committee, and an Asia committee. So we, as an organization, we're about 200 members, but we have a core group that works on these various committees. And this is where we organize the programs across our sister cities, and no one shoe fits any sister city relationship. And that was something I kind of learned a little bit, I wouldn't say the hard way, but for example, Toshura is frankly just really wants to work on education, the middle school exchange, and they see the middle school relationship with children as sort of the sole core engagement. And it's a very successful program. And as you know, we just enjoyed a gift of $100,000 to support that program across many years. So it's going to be a strong and vital program into the future. Contrasting that, frankly, is our recent relationship with Heidelberg, which, if you will, checks all the boxes. We have a very active program there, and as such, it's really a model of a sister city relationship. In contrast, a lot of our sister cities are, like Heidelberg, are very well developed economies, where Oaxaca, Mexico, and Palo and Leyte province of the Philippines are developing economies. And I think that for our relationship as a city, we benefit both from those advanced relationships and those relationships with developing economies, where if you will, the generosity of Palo Alto across the years has led to supporting orphanages, children's libraries, and more recently, particularly in Oaxaca, we've discovered some mutually beneficial lessons in sustainability. So the purpose of this slide was just to kind of give this overview of the difference of relationships. Yangpu District, Shanghai is challenging these days because of the political situation. And Albi, France is a little bit of a lesson that when sister cities are set up 40 years ago or 25 years ago, these are relationships for life. And it can be challenging to reinvent and maintain these relationships. I wanted to highlight a little bit what's underway now. The pandemic has impacted our programs like other programs, but the impact in one respect has been surprising to me, in that with Zoom, we've actually had more engagement with our sister cities than ever in the past, because we're discovering, that we can get to know people across the internet, and in particular, places like Palo, which are so far away. We're actually having regular calls. We're able to watch the children's library being built and restored again. And this, as such, even though we don't travel, we have strong relationships. We have programs kind of coming up in the next year in art and sustainability. We're working on updating the sister city sign. In the education area, we did a lot of digital support in Oaxaca and in Palo, where there was a digital divide issue, and I think our organization sent down approximately $20,000 to support remote learning in these areas where schools had closed. We've been strong with our BEAM and FIT programs, which are two education programs that are working. And so culture, education are two categories of programs. Sustainability, I'll turn to that a little bit in a moment, but it's obviously my favorite part of Neighbors Abroad, and I really think gives a lot of benefit to the sister city relationship, and I'll develop that in a moment. And I already spoke a little bit to the business incubation that we can help form startups. And to that end, even the mayor of Heidelberg aspires to create a startup enterprise located here in Palo Alto that can help young businesses in the Heidelberg gateway into the Silicon Valley community, which I think is a fine form of engagement. Soon in October, you'll be having in front of you the next iteration of the carbon offsets in Oaxaca. This is something that Neighbors Abroad facilitated, and the city utility department has been generous in their review. We are making an enormous impact social and environmentally in the state of Oaxaca, while we make progress in Palo Alto to draw down our carbon emissions, while other transitioning programs are made. So I think this is a perfect example of the role of sister cities, and we're introducing this program almost to form like a sister city carbon network with our other sister cities. So we're really pioneers both in Palo Alto through this and through the use of sister cities. As you know, I also sit on our Stormwater Advisory Committee, and so was really excited to bring this project forward in Neighbors Abroad because it has so much potential in Palo Alto. We supported through approximately almost an $80,000 fundraising campaign to add 50 rainwater capture systems. And what these do is capture the water from the roof and supply the drinking waters to the home. And with my own mapping skills, examine that upwards of 40% of Palo Alto's own water supply could at least be shown as a potential through rainwater capture. So there's outstanding invitations to City of Palo Alto staff to come down and look at this relatively low-cost technology, but is very, very sophisticated. So this is another area where I feel like Neighbors Abroad is contributing at a relatively sophisticated level. Well, look at our mayor there, and our mayor's hanging out with Heidelberg artist Giuseppe Blasado. So Giuseppe's an Italian guy, but he's moved to Heidelberg, and he's one of the artists who's agreed to participate in an art and sustainability project. And the concept here is that each city produces a piece of art through an artist. And in this case, we have Giuseppe. In Oaxaca, we have an artist named Porfirio Juarez, whose image is shown a little bit, artwork is shown here. And in Palo Alto, I think one of my son's friends, Lorenz Sonneman, has offered to be our Palo Alto artist. And we're going to work this through the Palo Alto system, but the intent is to create murals that are reproduced and shared around town, perhaps at Town and Country, with hyperlinks that talk about various sustainability projects. And we've chosen to support our green water infrastructure work as the Palo Alto sustainability project. So this will be very exciting, and equally the project would show in Oaxaca, it would show in Heidelberg. We'll be introducing it to Linköping tomorrow, and it's a very kind of exciting way to use art to gateway people into the importance of sustainability. So I wanted to thank you. In front of us, we have a new, the work in progress on an updated sister city sign. These are the renderings from the last iteration, but we hope to, by the end of the year, complete an update that would bring Yangpu and into the fold, and frankly support other projects our mayor has underway, working on additional potential sister city city models. So with that, I wanted to thank you. I hope I didn't go too long, but it's a real pleasure and honor to support this, have Neighbors Abroad support the city, and where I think city to city engagement is very helpful to the city in its service to our own community, as well as it's a great service within our community to our own citizenry. So thank you very much.
Tom, you're on mute.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bob. I was saying, appreciate the presentation. When we've been doing these nonprofit sessions, we don't do Q&A, but
I understand.
could you let council members know how to reach you if they have a question?
Yes, they can reach me at B Winslow, and that last name is a real puzzle, WENZLAU at neighborsabroad.org. And I really need to do one special shout out. She's not here, which is probably for the all the best, is Chantal Cotton Gaines has been our liaison on staff. And what a tremendous asset. And even as busy as she's gotten, she's been awesome in her support. And so equally, Neighbors Abroad can be reached via staff through Chantel. So thank you very much, Tom.
Great. Thanks, Bob. All right, we're going to move on. Tonight we have two closed sessions, and they're both conferences with our city attorney on existing and potential litigation. One is Green versus City of Palo Alto, and the second is arbitration of employee discipline matters. We'll go to the public to see if there's any comment on the closed session. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, and I'm not seeing any raised hands. So we'll come back to council for, I'm looking for a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote on that. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yep.
Councilmember Aku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we're scheduled to return at 7:30, and we will go into closed session. We do have a reportable action on the case of Green versus Palo Alto. Council voted to authorize an appeal and also had the city issue an explanation of the process. On the second item, there's no reportable action. Moving on to agenda changes and deletions. So agenda item 7 has been withdrawn. And then item 9 is time sensitive. And so depending how long item 8 goes, we may stop at 10 o'clock and address item 9 and then come back to item number 8. So we'll move forward with oral communications. So this is a chance for members of the public who want to speak about an item that is not on tonight's agenda. So if any member of the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. And each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and we'll continue taking hands for the next 6 minutes for the first 2 speakers. And then we'll stop taking new hands at that point. So our first speaker is Kat Snyder. And if the city clerk, I don't think I am currently able to manage attendees. I think, yes, thank you. Okay, Kat, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks. What I wanted to say real briefly first is that I noticed that the Moonlight Run didn't have Palantir as a sponsor, and so I just wanted to give a shout out to the Palo Alto Weekly and the city of Palo Alto for not including them this time, since they have helped ICE subvert our sanctuary state and sanctuary county laws. So I just wanted to express appreciation for that. The second item I wanted to address a little bit longer, I noticed the recent Policy and Services Committee discussion around hate incidents, and that's about to come before the full council soon. So I wanted to weigh in because I've been really thinking about it a lot since the Fuki Sushi incident. My first thought of what they're talking about with the city ordinance is that I'm worried that that's likely to run afoul of the First Amendment, since hate speech unfortunately is protected by the First Amendment, but I'm going to defer to lawyers on that one. And I have been thinking of other things of what we can do about the rise in hate incidents and the low reporting on hate incidents. So I try to do research, on groups that try to combat hate speech in particular. What do they do? And so it sounded super hokey what they came up with and what they think is effective. But they basically said that holding events that strengthen community or emphasize unity through diversity are really the things that work. The reason why, they basically explained that one of the purposes of hate speech is to divide people, and one of the consequences of hate speech is that the target feels alone and isolated. And so in times of stress, that person needs to feel that they have the community support behind them, that people are willing to back that up. And so I'm like, okay, I buy that. So because of that, I thought the HRC suggestion of having the concept of belonging as their theme for next year is super relevant here. And I really wanted to urge council to read their report on 100 conversations around race. A second thing I wanted to mention is about the reporting. I wonder if there's some kind of hierarchy of needs when it comes to reporting hate incidents, if we need to feel like we're a valued member of our community first. Otherwise, the idea of reporting wouldn't even come up. I wanted to give an example. A friend of mine, this is a few weeks before the Fuki Sushi incident. She's an Asian American Palo Alto, and she posted on Facebook that she had a racially based incident where a man boxed
Kat,
in
if you could
car
wrap up your statement.
Shell
that'd be
gas
great.
station on Edgewood and Whittier. Oh, I'm so sorry. She basically said that she didn't want to report it, and she really just turned to her spiritual leaders to try to give her strength. This is actually kind of important. I'm going to email the rest of my remarks just so you can read them. So sorry.
Thank you. And our second speaker is Maura Ullman.
Good evening, City Council. I'm the Executive Director of YCS. I'm calling to thank everyone who brought their heart, energy, and time to volunteer at the 2021 Mid-Peninsula National Day of Service and Remembrance. Also thankful to the city and many partners for creating Together Again Palo Alto that had multiple events all of last week, and the National Day of Service was one of those numerous events. Thank you to the many of the City Council members who participated in over 11 different service activities across Palo Alto and East Palo Alto that was organized with over 40 partners and over 400 participants. Our theme for this year for the National Day of Service was Reconnect, Remember, and Renew. We heard from so many how they appreciated the opportunity to reconnect with others and help build back community in the midst of the pandemic. We came together to remember the significance of the 20th anniversary of the tragedy of September 11th. We remember all the heroes of that day. We also remember all the lives that were lost due to COVID-19. We were reminded of ways that we can still come together safely as a community to do good for each other. It's the right thing to do was a quote shared, and we were all in agreement of this. I just wanted to also say that it was a time for us to renew and support our community collectively. And we fulfill the mission of the National Day of Service, which is to transform the annual remembrance of 9/11 into a worldwide day of unity and doing good, and to encourage millions of people to remember and pay tribute to 9/11 through good deeds that help others and rekindle the extraordinary spirit of togetherness and compassion that that arose in the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 tragedy. So thank you so much to the City of Palo Alto for making this event possible. And we look forward to seeing many more of you when we get together again next year for September 11th, National Day of Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura, and thank you for organizing that. Okay, that was the last public speaker. We're going to come back to the consent calendar. First, I'll take any no votes or movements to pull an item. Are there any from council? Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I will be voting no on item number 6.
Okay. Anybody else? Sorry, Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 6.
Okay. All right, and I don't think I'm seeing any other hands. And then we'll go to the members of the public. If anybody would like to speak to items on consent, this is your opportunity to do so. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, I'm seeing one hand. Be given 3 minutes. Olenka Villarreal. You should be able to speak. Go ahead. Olenka, if you'd like to speak, you can do so now.
I'm so sorry about that. This is the Page Mill project. Is that correct?
No, this is our consent calendar.
Oh, excuse me. I'm on the wrong one. Excuse me.
No problem. Okay, so we'll come back to council. We have a motion on the consent calendar. I'll move consent. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And we're going to start voting with Councilmember Filson,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, I did not hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. So item 5 passes with 7 votes and item 6 passes with 5 votes. With council members Burt and Tanaka voting no. Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to speak to your no vote?
Yes, thank you. So I actually support the contract going forward, but this was the only opportunity to speak to concerns on this. I think it's important for the council and public to realize that we actually did not have a trail maintenance contract in place for this year. And the trail maintenance work was not done as a result. And my understanding is that it's really the result of staff resource constraints and some hangups in being able to implement this contract and perhaps other contracts that we have that are being hindered by staff resource constraints. And I do think it's very important that the council have a transparent communication from staff on where we're having those struggles and why. And I think that our current staff is doing everything within their abilities to meet those needs. But I think it's also very important for us to understand exactly what is going on. I'd also, and this is an issue or an item that was approved in the budget and authorized. And I think we need to understand, are there other circumstances and contracts that are similarly being held back? And also the staff report says that the work typically starts in August, September, but then the contract, I think correctly said that it's both in the spring and the fall. And so I think we need to have some clarification on that as well. There was a contradiction, or at least an apparent contradiction between the staff report and the contract in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also support the work. I think this is important work in terms of maintenance. But my main issue is we're going through really tough economic times. I think it's important that we have multiple bids on a contract. I understand the requirement to try to make sure that people are have a certain standard of care, and I'm all for that. But I think that makes it where we only have one bidder. I think that's a important issue that we have to figure out. So I think we should have found a different standard to use that would have allowed for the same quality work, but not just limited to one bidder. Because I think when we do that, we don't necessarily get the same price. Now, if this was just a $20,000 contract, that's one thing, but this is, $600,000, $700,000 contract. So it's a pretty big contract, and we're going through tough times right now. So I just think we have to mind our budget a lot better.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to city manager comments. Ed?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if we can get already do have the a few slides to review with you and with the community. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. Just a quick status report in terms of pandemic-related issues. Just some reminders here with respect to face masks being required at all city facilities and the availability of vaccination through the county at sccfreevax.org. Would also note that new this week is information or news that we're tracking with respect to boosters with the FDA Advisory Committee on Friday approving the recommendation for boosters for individuals over the age of 65, as well as those in more susceptible circumstances. So staff will provide additional information as it becomes available, primarily through Santa Clara County. And then finally, that we have testing available periodically at City Hall, as well as at Mitchell Park Library parking lot, along with upcoming dates for Santa Clara County performed testing. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of a few upcoming opportunities, first off, reiterate for the community opportunities to volunteer on a city board or commission. We have a number of boards and commissions that will have openings, and note the deadline is coming up on October 19th. So really important and valuable for members of the community to step forward for this, and certainly encourage all community members to do so. Next slide, please. Next, we have launched now our blog series with respect to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. We have plans to continue this over the upcoming months. Really a wonderful resource and opportunity for community members to get up to speed on ongoing activities. And we look forward to continuing this communication, along with in-person opportunities for community members to participate with the ad hoc committee. Next slide, please. This evening, we, among our special orders, included a recognition of September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Want to call attention here to a few events that our partner Project Safety Net is hosting to recognize the month and to reinforce messaging of support for and community member wellness. And so we have here an upcoming event on September 22nd, Building a Resilient Community with Our Youth. And also the Project Safety Net Policy and Advisory Community event will be upcoming on the 24th of September. Next slide, please. And then a little closer in time, note that tomorrow evening, we do have the Finance Committee, since we know that there is a great deal of community interest in a couple of issues pending in particular. Well, we will have a CalPERS update, not necessarily one that brings large crowds, but nonetheless important, and update and results of some follow-up work by the fire department on the ambulance subscription program. And then noting the inclusion, did we actually lose the bullet? Oh, there it is, property tax consultant. Well, actually, maybe a little wording here is a little awkward. We will have an update on revenue ballot measure that the committee and council has been discussing. And so that topic will be taken up tomorrow evening, and noting that we may be doing some juggling on the agenda in order to ensure that topics of great interest to the community can be heard early in the evening. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking ahead to additional upcoming council meetings. Next week's agenda is out, so we hadn't listed here, but we do have for September 27th, a number of notable items. And then moving into October, here we've got a number of items. I would flag on October 25th, we have our preliminary quarterly finance update listed here, and that will, as noted, provide an update on budget, where we will be able to speak to both revenues as well as expenditures, and where we stand with implementation of a number of initiatives, priority for the council. Next slide, please. And that concludes my remarks for this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're now on to our action calendar. Again, item number 7, the appeal was withdrawn, so the director's decision will stand, and we are not hearing that item. So we'll move on to item number 8, which is a review of the North Ventura plan and discussion about alternatives. Would staff like to go ahead and start?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. So I'm Jonathan Lade. I'm the Director for Planning and Development Services. And we last met, I think it was 3 months ago, on the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. And you may recall that there were a number of questions and concerns about the alternatives and requests for additional information, particularly regarding the economic feasibility, which we've provided in your packet. The council also understandably expressed frustration that the PTC and staff recommendations did not necessarily align with many members of the working group, while acknowledging that the majority of the working group itself was unable to coalesce around a single preferred vision. But we know that we have more work to do. Our goal this evening is to learn from the council what components of the various alternatives that a majority of you tend to support. And we will take that information and return to the council to see if we got it right and make any further adjustments and changes as may be necessary before we continue with any continued analysis that will be required to environmental analysis and other studies that may be required. To help the council guide you in your discussion, you may want to look to the staff report where we have broken out some of the key issues in the report, and that may serve as an opportunity to discuss those in your making a motion later this evening. In a moment, I'd like to ask Claire Campbell, our planning manager, to continue this presentation, but before I make that handoff, I wanted to just speak for a moment about the Places Memo. It was Wednesday last week when staff and the city council received emails from two of the largest property owners in the NDCAP area, depicting concepts that appear representative of the type of development that these owners feel is appropriate for NDCAP. These concepts were not a part of the working group's deliberations. And upon receiving this information, staff decided to prepare an Places Memo to highlight the submission of this material so that we could be transparent in sharing that with the public, those concepts were out there. And the council, of course, will need to consider the timing of the receipt of that information and decide whether your conversation tonight should include consideration of those concepts, or whether you want to continue your dialogue and deliberation based on the material that has been provided up until that point in the record. And we're happy to respond to any questions that we're able to. Again, we've only had since Wednesday ourselves to look at this. And so we would look to the council in your guidance in that regard. So I think that's all I wanted to say on that for the moment. Claire, if you are ready, great, fantastic. If you wouldn't mind sharing your screen and continue with the presentation.
Thank you. So I think, great, okay. Now 1 second. All right. All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Claire Campbell and I'm the manager of long range planning. In addition to the NVCAP core team, tonight we also have our consultant, Sujata Shrivastava from Strategic Economics, Darren Anderson from Community Services, and Sylvia Starlack from Office of Transportation. Next slide. Great. So tonight staff is returning, as you know, to follow up on the discussion on our NVCAP plan alternatives. There were many comments and questions received at the June 14th meeting from council, and staff has tried to address all of those in our staff report. So tonight, staff is presenting several approaches for handling each of these key components of the area plan, with the intention to make it easier for council to focus on the preferred outcomes of each component. The various options and components are summarized in attachment A of the report. And additionally, the report also clarifies the previously presented financial feasibility analysis, It provides examples of the neighboring projects that have allowed for more commercial office development as an incentive to generate community benefits and housing. And attachment D also explores the financial feasibility of development using a 1.25 parking ratio for units, as well as possible TDM measures. So staff is suggesting that council consider using the staff outlined mix and match approach to provide guidance on the elements of the plan that are desirable and that should be carried forward for our NVCAP. Next slide. Okay, so here is a high-level snapshot of where we are in the process. Staff is looking to get council direction on the preferred plan this fall, and then move into refining and preparing the plan for council adoption by the end of 2022. Next slide. So at the council meeting in June, staff reviewed 3 plan alternatives shown here in detail. This is alternative 1. Next slide. And this is alternative 2. Next slide. And this is alternative 3. And next slide. We've also reviewed the open space concepts for alternative 3. And next slide is we also reviewed the transportation and circulation improvements at our last meeting. So we're happy to walk through these slides in more detail and review any questions you may have as needed tonight. Next slide. So once staff has received direction on the plan components, we'll put these all together and return to council to confirm the approach of the final plan. After council confirmation, staff will have the consultant team start on the required technical analysis, including a traffic study, and continue the refinement of the plan details. And staff will bring back the refined NVCAP to council for review and endorsement. And following that, we will start the environmental review. So now I will turn it over to Rachel Tanner to continue our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So good evening, Mayor, council members. I'll be going through the different components of the plan alternatives. And again, the idea being that council may be able to look at the different components and give staff direction on what they'd like to see included in the preferred concept. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is kind of just a slide kind of highlighting the idea of mixing and matching. There may be different component areas that one of the alternatives that exists has the idea that council might prefer, and that could be selected, and that would give staff the direction to kind of assemble the puzzle pieces together to create the preferred plan alternative for the NVCAP. Next slide. And this is just a list that goes in order that I'll be following today, just to kind of hit on each of these. Again, each of these items really is already part of the draft alternatives, and we're just kind of breaking them apart into their component parts for discussion. Next slide. So the first one is housing potential by alternative. So you can see here alternative 1, 2, and 3B with the maximum and realistic potential. So realistic potential, again, is looking at each parcel of land and kind of using a rubric to identify whether it's likely to redevelop or less likely to redevelop in that scenario. But the maximum potential says, well, what if they all did redevelop in that scenario under those guidelines? What's the maximum number of housing units that could result under that plan? And so you see a range from alternative 1 to alternative 3. And some of the key differences are alternative 2 and 3 have pretty similar schemes in terms of the types of housing that they would allow and the locations that those housing units would be allowed. But alternative 3 has a bit more office and research and development commercial uses than allowed in alternative 2. And alternative 1 is a little bit lower density within the core district and higher density on the perimeter of the NVCAP plan area. Next. The housing typologies and trade-offs are also part of that. And so it ranges from kind of lower density on the left-hand side of the screen to higher density on the right-hand side. And so you see townhomes, low-rise, mid-rise, and then a mid-rise building with ground floor commercial on the bottom. And those, again, are included in different ratios in each of the alternatives. Next. So affordable housing is a topic that's very important to the city. Some of the proposed policies within all of the alternatives are a height bonus for affordable or workforce housing. That would be additional 2 stories, so up to 70 feet. Increasing the inclusionary housing rate for 20 to 20% for ownership projects and 15% on site for rental projects. The increase to 20% inclusionary does include a 1-to-1 parking ratio. And that is important under state law. We do need to have a feasibility study to increase our inclusionary rate above the 15%. And then some potential policies that council could include are the enhanced infrastructure financing district. So an enhanced infrastructure financing district essentially uses tax increment financing. So the city would create a district, which could be, for example, any increased tax increment above what is kind of the current tax increment that's received from that area to the city would be diverted into projects within that area. So it could be for things like roads, parks, affordable housing, other types of uses that would be outlined in that plan. And so again, it's trying to capture the value that's created in the NBCAP and then reinvest that into the plan area. We could also look more at land dedication policies for affordable housing. Again, those programs are not as common across the nation in the Bay Area, but they do exist and can allow for the dedication of land, sometimes in lieu of building the housing unit. So that could be an option council might want staff to explore further. Next, please. When it comes to affordable housing, as I mentioned, we would want to make sure that if we do increase the inclusionary rate, we do so in compliance with the state law. And so this is a summary slide that just is looking at the first 3 rows are looking at ownership units and kind of what's the likelihood of development under 15 and 20% inclusionary. And then the bottom 3 rows looking at rental. And so this is kind of the basis of that suggestion that perhaps 20% inclusionary for ownership would be feasible, but may not be as feasible for rental projects. Next. When we talk about residential parking ratios, the alternatives looked at 3. Alternative 1 looked at 1 space per bedroom up to a max of 2 per unit. Alternative 2 looked at 1.5 spaces per unit, and alternative 3 looked at 1 space per unit. And again, that's the one that's also associated with the 20% inclusionary for ownership. Next. When it comes to commercial uses, which there are several different commercial uses, but office and research and development are 2 of the primary uses within the plan area, as well as some commercial service on El Camino Real, which may have some retail and other types of uses on El Camino. But when we're talking specifically about office and R&D, there were a couple options that were explored in the alternatives. Alternative 1 was to kind of have those office and R&D uses fade over time, rezoning most of the parcels for housing and retaining retail uses, retail-like uses, and small professional offices, things that could be neighborhood serving and relatively small in scale. But once a building that has, let's say, offices in it redevelops, they would not be able to have more office in that building. Alternative 2 allowed office and research and development square footage to be rebuilt in buildings. So if someone had 1,000 square feet of office and they tore it down, they could have 1,000 square feet in their new building. And then alternative 3 looked at increasing office square footage as was proposed. And then finally, something that was not necessarily discussed previously is an option to amortize active office and research and development uses. And that could occur under any of these scenarios. Council can, of course, change the zoning and then take a step further to request that the city perform amortization studies for existing office and research and development uses or other commercial uses, so that those uses would have a timeline by which they would need to cease. And the hope would be that those would then turn over into housing. Of course, the private actors would need to take actions to redevelop those parcels into housing or to whatever the underlying use is that became permitted. So that's something that council could also direct us to do and look further into. Next. With the 340 Portage Site, which is the site of the former cannery, there are a couple options that were explored. Alternative 1 looked at adaptively reusing that building, allowing 2 uses. It could be adaptively reused and turned into housing, or it could become office and research and development retail that would be, again, adaptively reused and retaining that historic structure. Alternative 2 and 3B also proposed redevelopment, potentially allowing for scraping of that site and redevelopment with a mix of office, research and development, and primarily housing. And then there are other concepts which was presented in the Places Memo and presented from the Sobrato organization directly. And that proposal includes the townhomes. You may recall that there was an application that has been filed for what's called 200 Portage, which is 91 townhomes, and that is being processed. And so their concept that they presented incorporated those townhomes. as well as adaptive reuse of the building. And we did just want to note that all the alternatives do suggest, and as well as the concept that was presented and prepared, preservation of the Ash office building, which is a small office building. You can see it in the kind of lower left picture, that office building as it looks today. Thank you. Next. 395 Page Mill, which is the second largest parcel in the NVCAP area. It was proposed with a mix of uses ranging from different types of housing, different really amounts of housing, and provision of office on that parcel. All the alternatives included an idea to try to break up that really large block with walking and biking paths so that it's easier for people to get across the site. One of the big challenges of NVCAP overall is that this site, the 395 Page Mill, as well as the 340 Portage, the way that the buildings are constructed and the blocks are laid out just makes them very large. So it's not very pedestrian or bike friendly. And so breaking that up with walking and biking paths is very important, as well as provision of a new public park on that parcel. Next. And then of course, there's the concept plan that property owner also presented that was provided to you. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you. Next slide. For retail uses, one way to think about retail could be an idea to scale up or scale down with residential, so that as there are more, if council chooses an option that has, let's say, more housing units, then perhaps more retail makes sense. One way that could be, we could easily do that is kind of to choose what we think or how much we think the residents who live in the NVCAP or workers who work there would capture the total sales. And so if we think that those stores that are located within the NVCAP can capture 25% of the sales that of purchases essentially that those folks make who live there, then we want 15 square feet of retail per household. And then on up to 30 is if we think we could capture 50%. And if we thought we could capture 75%, it would be 45 square feet per household. So this is a kind of an easy way to say, okay, if we want to be more conservative, we say retail's changing. We don't want to have too much retail space. We do want to have some, maybe saying 25% might be that way. Or if we're feeling more confident, then going up to the 45 square feet per household. Some of the locations for retail that are proposed in the plan are along El Camino Real. There's also, you'll see some retail that's been proposed closer to the train station, kind of on that Cloudera parcel, as well as kind of coming up Portage with the idea that Portage could be the street that draws folks into the site, and especially if there is a park there and residential, that some retail there could be sustainable. It could be a bit of a challenge having retail kind of tucked back off the street, but we would hope that there could be a bit of a draw, kind of a there that is capturing people and bringing them into the site. In addition to thinking about the types of retail uses and the quantity of retail space, thinking about what the parking ratio is. So it could be a blended parking ratio along with our other commercial uses like downtown. And we also have modeled and looked at exemptions for small uses. So exempting the first 3,000 square feet of retail, for example, from parking, that can make it a little more feasible for those buildings to sustain retail and contain that retail in the building. Next slide, please. Thinking about the commercial parking ratios, here are a couple ideas. On the left-hand side, you'll see the blended rate. So this could be the same as downtown Palo Alto, which is one space for 250 square feet of commercial use, regardless of whether it's retail or office or what the commercial use is. It could be a more progressive than in downtown. So that would be, a more generous ratio that we could look at. In terms of ground floor exemptions, as I was just mentioning, it could be the first 1,500 square feet of ground floor commercials exempt, the first 2,000 square feet, or the first 3,000 square feet is exempted from needing to be parked. And that again would be specifically for ground floor retail-like uses that we would want to see in the area. Next slide. So the Matador Creek runs through the NVCAP area. And we looked at 3 different scenarios of naturalizing the creek and kind of thought, really the question was, what would it take to naturalize the creek under these 3 scenarios? Would it be possible and what would be required? So the concept 1A, which is included in alternative 3B, but is included actually right now in all of the alternatives, is to use the existing easement corridor, which is about 65 feet wide. And it would also integrate full park. So it kind of stays within that easement width and doesn't take up more room, which allows other room for other amenities and different uses that the council may want to see. Concept 2A, and these letters, not to be confusing, are referring to the report that was prepared by WRA, who did a specific creek study, and we can go into that more if council wants more detail. But in that option, in that report, alternative 2A has a more moderate expansion, and so it's 85 feet wide. That's kind of the area that's needed to have the new naturalized creek, and also would include parts of Bulware Park, and so that does take up a little bit more space in Bulware Park. And so some of the planned amenities that might be for the new park might either have to go away or be relocated within the park. And then concept 3 would be a maximum naturalization. So it'd be 100-foot wide would be kind of the width. And again, that would expand even further into Bulware Park, the area that would be naturalized. And it would also expand significantly into what is currently the parking lot for 340 Portage. And so figuring out how to have that live with other uses that are envisioned for that site would be important. Next slide. So the open space concepts, there are a couple different tools that we have to get open space in the plan area. One of the tools is Parkland Dedication. And so we have an ordinance that is compliant with state law that requires when there's a subdivision of 50 units or more, that building or that new subdivision would need to dedicate parkland at a rate of 5 acres per 1,000 residents. That applies to subdivisions. So that would typically be, in this case, let's say the townhomes that are proposed are for sale townhomes. It could be for condos. That's typically when folks subdivide. Sometimes rental projects will subdivide, but it really just depends on how the project is being envisioned by the sponsors. If there is not a subdivision, then park fees, impact fees would be paid, and those would be there. We do have a suggestion to spend any park impact fees that are generated in the NVCAP area, either in the NVCAP area or within a quarter mile. And it's important that that quarter mile would really only be kind of to the south, not that we wouldn't want to spend it across El Camino or across Page Mill or across the train tracks. We'd want it to be a place that's walkable and bikeable within a very short distance of the plan area. We can also look at public lands or public financing. Again, that might be the EARN infrastructure, or the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, for example, could provide some public funds that could go to purchasing parks and developing parks. We also can look at different types of open spaces like plazas, greenways, privately owned public open space if the council's interested. Right now, alternative 3B has the most park space, and that could be a starting point, not necessarily everything else with the alternative, but just the way where the parks are and the size of the parks could be a starting point for the council. And again, it's considering whether we want to have more privately owned public open space as an opportunity to try to enhance the open space and parks amenities in the plan area. Next slide. So this is just sharing that concept so we can have that here for discussion and visual aid as council goes through its deliberation. Next slide. And we'll just move into discussion and action. So we're just asking council to take a look at the different components, and perhaps there may be consensus or at least majority support for different components. And then staff can get that direction to kind of stitch those pieces together or connect the dots or build the puzzle, whatever metaphor works best for you to think about taking these components and creating a complete alternative. And as Director Late said, then returning to the council to make sure we understood it, and also to ensure if there's any other costs that are associated with that, that concept itself or the assembly of the concept, that we'll be able to understand what those costs are. I think the last slide is just reminding that the PTC had recommended alternative 3B if that's of interest to the council. And I think the last slide is just a closing slide, I believe. Yeah. So that's staff presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, thank you to all the staff members. We're going to go to the public for public comment. And based on the number of hands that are already up, we're going to do 2 minutes a speaker. And again, if you would like to speak on this item, please put your hand up right away. We are going to stop taking new hands after the second speaker, Mary Sylvester, finishes her comments. So we'll go to our first speaker, former council member Gail Price. Gail should be able to speak. Gail, are you there? Okay, we will come back to her. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Council, and City staff. I'm going to make two very brief comments tonight, and they are directed to the procedural issues related to item number 8. Number 1, adequate notice was not given to the public about these two new concept papers, as well as the at-place memo. Secondly, my comments will address or at least raise the issue of the review process. Why did this at-place memo and the concept papers not first go to NVCAP as well as the PTC? As you will see tonight, Council, in your packet, there are numerous letters from Ventura neighbors, the NEVCAP committee, as well as residents throughout Palo Alto who are requesting you to delay review and discussion tonight until the public has adequate time to review these new concepts, as well as to formulate thoughtful and in-depth responses. I, in my neighborhood, have had the unfortunate experience with not receiving adequate notice from the city as to the Castellea issue involving complex issues. And I find it profoundly disrespectful to neighborhoods to not allow them to first have adequate review. And then my last comment is on the procedure. What would be the advisable procedure to look at the concept papers before they come to council for review? What about the NEVCAP, which was assembled to review?
Mary, your time is up.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Price.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. I am Gail Price, Palo Alto Forward Board President. We strongly support at a minimum Alternative 3B enhanced. As we have said previously, over the last 3 years, Alternative 3B, using all the potential policies identified in the report, is the only feasibly viable alternative. It demonstrates a commitment to meeting our regional housing needs, and that is important. Having an aspirational vision without concrete and substantial funding sources and political support will not result in the construction of new affordable homes. If the council does not fully support the key elements of Alternative 3B, it is squandering a vital economic opportunity to create housing, mixed uses, retail and office, and significant benefits. The 3B combination of density and incentives are the only viable means to promote needed housing while also helping to fund parks and other community benefits. It will give us a denser, walkable, transit-adjacent neighborhood in NVCAP. We can prioritize our climate change goals, increase green canopy, and reduce heat-generating paved surfaces and gas-fueled cars. It sets new families and low-income residents up for success. Although staff and the consultants, although they did a very good job, summary of the various community comments was incomplete in my opinion. It does not reflect the broad and consistent input of several housing, environmental, and community groups and members who supported a much bolder NVCAP vision and at a minimum Alternative 3B. It is time to be more proactive to meet our new and changing needs. The working group was not the only relevant voice on the vision and the outcomes needed and identified by many, many members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. So our final speaker will be Alenka Villarreal, but our next speaker is Angela D.
Thank you. So the last minute proposals that were made by the owners of 395 Page Mill and 340 Portage tease us with the offer of a bit of desperately needed housing, but they actually contribute little to and indeed detract from the vision of Palo Alto that most of us believe in. Palo Alto is traditionally a place where families can thrive, where children can play in creeks, where neighbors can meet up for a picnic or encounter one another by chance on a walk. Most of us do not see Palo Alto primarily as a business center used by commuters. Yet, due to the unchecked overbuilding of office space and the erosion of the amount of public park space in neighborhoods, that is what Palo Alto is becoming. These proposals made by the property owners to benefit their own needs disdain the suggestions of the NVCAP working group and utterly disregard the guidelines of Palo Alto's own comprehensive plan. Far from the 4 acres of public park per 1,000 residents that are recommended in the comp plan, these proposals, shockingly, together provide only 1.63 acres per 1,000 new residents. I wonder if the property owners think that the city council is perfectly willing to throw its park space guidelines away when considering amenities for residents who will live in these apartments. And it's not only public park space that is blatantly neglected in these proposals, building height limits, the need for neighborhood serving retail, and the city's traditional aesthetics are all overlooked. Even the need for far more moderate and low income housing is only minimally addressed with these proposals. I urge the City Council to look at the many creative ways that the working group have suggested to create a truly affordable, thriving area in the NVCAP, welcoming to families that is considered currently possibly expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Joy.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wish to address the Places Memo. Certainly property owners have the right to submit proposals to the planning department, and it's the responsibility of the staff to notify you of any such proposals. But tonight is not the time to consider any last minute concepts. Please indicate to the property owners you've been informed of their proposals and speak no more of them this evening. Please apply a laser-like focus upon the alternatives, which all of us have been able to weigh prior to the time this meeting was announced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Flynn. Oop, I'm sorry, Kristen, hang on. Okay, you should be able to speak now.
Thanks. Somehow the unmute went away before I could click on it.
Yeah, it was my fault, sorry.
This is Kristen Flynn. I labored amongst many colleagues in the NVCAP working group. I hardly know what to comment on. It seems a lot to review the NVCAP alternatives and also comment on 2 proposals. Our working group put in thousands of hours, supported by thousands of hours, staff hours, followed by hours of work in planning and transportation. Ideally, we might be given more time to look at these proposals and only consider the NVCAP alternatives tonight. However, I can say neither proposal brings us any closer to the guidelines of 4 acres of open space per 1,000 people. Both proposals worsen the jobs housing imbalance by over 200 units of missing housing in this one tiny area in Ventura. And they both propose more housing than any of the NVCAP alternatives. These proposals make it very hard to naturalize the creek or accommodate any other amenities. I understand that the development process is a series of checks and balances. Developers are in the business of making money, so they want office space because in the past it's been terribly profitable. Citizens have the role of asking for amenities. That's our job, that improve the quality of life. We want park, we want access to nature, schools, housing for our community. Our government, you guys, are there to create and enforce rules that benefit society as a whole, a group that includes both its citizen and economic vibrancy. As you consider these 3 alternatives, please know that this is a once in a lifetime option to prioritize what is best for the future citizens of Palo Alto. Future Palo Altans will thank you if you provide parkland in line with what is provided in other local cities and to other neighborhoods. Transportation options that do not depend on automobiles.
Can you
A
please
healthy
finish up?
contributing to a healthy aquifer, and housing that can house diverse citizenry. Our economy is vibrant and is likely to remain vibrant, but this process is our only hope to provide these essential amenities to our little neighborhood.
Okay, our next speaker is Cedric.
Good evening. Thank you, council, staff, and all you Zoomers for gathering to deliberate tonight. I hope you will embrace a maximizing of the open space through the fullest naturalization of Matador Creek, Concept 3. This will support the most recreation and restoration. It will enable people to connect to their local creek in the natural world. And I hope it will inspire the restoration of the rest of the creek. I'd like you to also increase the minimum open space per unit and per bedroom and retain the beautiful open space along the edge of the Cloudera site, 395 Page Mill and Olive, and incentivize rooftop gardens, as all these measures will help to maintain that and increase the ratio of open space per person. I hope that you would significantly increase the housing while reducing the jobs housing imbalance throughout the site and on individual properties. In general, I think we should go for about 4 times more square foot of housing than office, and reduced parking ratios, increased height allowances for residential and especially affordable residential. Also to incentivize ground floor retail, and apply context-based design criteria which respects adjacent lower density residential areas and help create aesthetic pedestrian-friendly streetscapes. Climate appropriate and habitat-friendly landscaping, the application of ecological building standards, such as healthy and low carbon building materials, water catchment, filtering, and reuse. And also lighting that is aware of and respectful of the wildlife and the night sky. In general, I would hope that you would aspire to apply a holistic approach to your land use decisions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Steele.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tim Steele. I'm Senior Vice President, Real Estate Development at Silverado. Having observed the most recent update to the comp plan and participated in the lengthy NVCAP working group process, earlier references over 1,000 hours, it is clear that there is no dominant consensus for a specific alternative. I believe staff in their most recent staff report have realized this and have recharacterized the process tonight as comparing the components that make up the plan as puzzle pieces. I'd like to suggest we listen to those thoughts and comments of the NVCAP working group and the community and would like to present our puzzle piece. We feel though we only compromised 20% of the 60-acre NVCAP planning area, incorporating many of the comments and thoughts into our proposal fits and works well within many of the variations of the larger plan area alternatives. First, all 3 of the alternatives shared and ours has the same transportation improvement grid as represented in the last page of the staff report. We have also respected this grid to the degree possible within our project proposal. This includes the proposed creek trail along Matador Creek through our property. Second, there was significant concern voiced around the negative impacts of new traffic through this neighborhood. We are proposing only to maintain the existing 142,700 square feet of R&D office that currently exists within the main cannery building. The vacant square footage associated with the recently vacated Fry's electronics store would be removed to allow for the proposed townhomes along Park Avenue. This is considered by traffic engineers as a reduction in existing trips compared to the prior retail operations or the majority of the alternatives presented so far. The city conducted a historic review of the cannery building. Opinions of how to treat this potentially historic resource has been varied. Some expressed a desire to preserve the whole building, while others would be happy with a plaque. There has been some that express interest in maintaining both the monitor roof portion of the main cannery building and the small office building on Ash. As illustrated on the second attachment in our proposed letter, we agree that the monitor roof architecturally is interesting and have taken a historic picture of the monitor roof portion of the main cannery and proposing to refresh that portion of the building as illustrated in our submittal.
If you could wrap up, thanks.
Yeah, I'm running out of time, but the rest of this is in our letter. And in closing, I'd just like to say, Sobrato, much like the city, takes a long-term view in its real estate ownership and investment. We also share the desire for projects to be high quality and successful in their execution and long-term viability. We hope you will consider our proposed puzzle piece as a viable long-term plan for the cannery property and look forward to continuing our collaborative discussions for developing the ultimate NVCAP alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Becky Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and council members. A couple of things. I sent you a letter. Remember, Venturans want parity. We don't think we should be the sole recipients of all of the density to fulfill the RENA goals. It's just not fair. It's not right. So please keep Ventura in mind. And also alternative M is still viable. And I see that a lot of times it just doesn't get that much attention. It does get mentioned in the staff report. Thank you. So please take a look at that. Struggling with this midnight move seems to be at the 11th hour where this Places Memo showed up. Who has really the time to really review it adequately for a city council consideration? It's so important. Also happened to notice that the CEQA slide, it seemed confusing to me, or isn't there a possibility that this is indeed a historically significant resource? Remember, even if a property is not already listed, determined eligible, or identified in a survey at the federal or state level, it may still be a historical resource. And our lead agency, we need to consider carefully whether this cannery is a historic resource, which I think we do. I mean, it fits it has all the earmarks of historically valuable place. And I think the slide or the city's report seemed to completely ignore what a rich resource the cannery building is historically for this community, and certainly the Asian American contributions to the Valley of the Heart's Delight. So anyway, it is I hear the puzzle piece thing. To me, this whole thing was quite puzzling. So that's I'd like you to just postpone this or give us more time to deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Gilman. Tom, are you there?
Hello, Mayor?
Yep, can hear you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that also on the line is Maya Harris with the J. Paul Company, and we were going to pool our time, and she actually wanted to begin by saying a few things before I talked.
Well, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Myself or?
Total. We can restart the clock, or you can individually raise your hands. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead. She's going to make a few statements regarding J. Paul Company's direction for the project, and I will speak to a few of the features of the project itself. And I just wanted to say that J. Paul really wanted to propose a plan that was based on alternative 3 that he felt would help achieve the vision of the NVCAP. And specifically that plan, which I think you've all gotten copies of, included 420,000 square feet of office, 508 new living units. We're proposing 20% of that to be below market rate, and with some percentage of that being accessible as well. also included in the plan was a major 2.3 acre park along with very generous, nearly 40-foot average setbacks along both ash and olive that account for another 1.3 acres of usable landscaped area. We also intend to work with the Magical Bridge Foundation that Jay has a good relationship with in order to make those areas accessible to all. The project has essentially about 60% open space, and that compares to about 25% currently. As I mentioned, very wide setbacks. We're also proposing that the project be of mass timber construction with other features of construction methodology, all electric, so that we would achieve probably in the neighborhood of 40% carbon reduction for the project. Very high level of sustainability for the project, looking at LEED Platinum as our goal. Also on-site renewable energy. We also anticipate a small coffee retail kind of function near the northwest corner of the site, as well as cross-site pedestrian bike pathways that would bisect the campus in two directions. So at any rate, just wanted to say thank you, and that we believe this plan really embodies a lot of the features and can achieve a number of the elements that that the vision of the NVCAP seems to have. So, but thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Kat Wortham.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council members. My name is Kat Wortham, and I am the South Bay and Peninsula organizer for the Housing Action Coalition. I'm here tonight just to express support for Alternative 3B as proposed. I have 2 points I'd like to make tonight. First, Alternative 3B is the only proposed plan alternative that includes enough housing to help the city of Palo Alto adequately plan for their regional housing needs allocation or RHNA goals. This does not include all housing units that RHNA has given the city of Palo Alto, but it does include about a third. Additionally, Alternative 3B is the most financially feasible of the three alternatives for the creation of new affordable homes at a variety of income levels, as I know that is a key factor in this plan. The second point I'd like to make is that the city has received Priority Development Area or PDA grant funding from VTA to develop the NVCAP, yet two of the three alternatives as proposed fail to have financial feasibility. We also know that if no alternative is moved forward, the city of Palo Alto will not see new development of anything but office and commercial space as this area is currently zoned. So does approving anything other than Alternative 3B fall in line with the requirements of VTA's stated goals for transit-oriented development for which the grant was given to the city of Palo Alto? I'll leave you with those thoughts and thank you for the consideration of my comments.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Maya Harris.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to provide a little bit more insight on the plan we are proposing to redevelop our site at 395 Page Mill. I'm Maya Harris, Director of Special Projects with J. Paul Company, and I will reiterate some of what Tom Gilman spoke to of DES Architects and Engineers about what we are proposing on the site. We have analyzed what it would take to support a 2.3 acre park, 508 units of housing with up to 20% of inclusionary or below market rate housing, again, with some of those units set aside to be accessible, as well as the cost it would take to demolish the existing building and underground 95% of the site's parking. Based on this analysis, we are proposing additional square feet of office, including the multifamily housing, again, with a percentage of the accessible units, as well as working with the Magical Bridge Foundation on the proposed park site and open spaces to ensure that it really is accessible to all and a great amenity for the neighborhood. I will cede my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill.
Hi, thanks. My name is Scott O'Neill, a Palo Alto homeowner. I would second Gail Price and Kate Wortham's comments and further encourage the council to go bigger than 3B in some places. These areas along the Caltrain corridor really aren't suitable for low density residential. When I was home shopping in Palo Alto, my agent called noise polluted areas like this, quote, compromised. And so we aligned one of our open house viewings with a train passing, and that really confirmed that view for us, and we passed on the area. But I also used to work in the NBCAP area on Park Avenue and know that that experience is not inevitable. In a sound hardened office building, I was occasionally surprised to look up from my desk and find a Caltrain barreling past my window. Go higher density and you can accomplish many goals at once. You can enhance quality of life for future residents. You make more parkland more viable. You make progress on your RENA goals. The council should not fear being more ambitious in NVCAP and should not fear creating jobs. The council should be wary of squandering the opportunity to create housing and thereby keep its land use authority secure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes. First thing, my reading of the City Council's policy and protocols is that your at Places memo is really pushing it. What a funky process and really inconsiderate of the public. I think you really need to consider what you should, whether you should incorporate that at Places memo into your discussion tonight or reject it. Secondly, regarding private open space, you know, this, what you're discussing, these are not PCs. How are you going to control and enforce the continuing use of private open space if by that you mean parks? City has a really poor track record of even controlling ongoing use of private-public uses under PCs. For instance, St. Michael's Alley, supposedly public access plaza on Channing, and Cafe Riachi's plaza. That is actually a public, supposedly a public plaza accessible at all times, and you would never know that. I recommend against private open space. And finally, be very careful that whatever happens here is not turned into one giant heat island with very little parkland, very little landscaping, very little greenery, and that sort of thing. Or all we're going to do is just make climate, the whole climate situation worse and not better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a caller with phone number ending in 002. Phone caller, it looks like you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay, this is Terry Holzmer. As a member of the NVCAP working group for over 2 years, and since I've spoken about these alternatives before, I'll try to make 3 significant points very quickly. I'd like to remind the council of the historical significance and importance of the former Fry's location at 340 Portage and the neighboring office structure on Ash. These structures represent a significant part of not only Palo Alto history, but of California's history, particularly those in the Chinese American community who were immigrants who came to this country for a better life. With very little doubt, on the same level as Stephen Jobs and David Packard, we should mention Thomas Foon Chu, who really deserves the same level of recognition and attention as our wonderful high-tech people do. Number 2, as a supporter of Alternative M, which was truly designed by working group members, it's extremely disappointing that we were only given a very short time to discuss this particular alternative. Unlike those working group members at SOFA and at XCAP, who had significant input into design characteristics, it's a shame that we did not get the same leeway to produce a better alternative. Finally, I'd like to remind you of the fact that although all the alternatives are not perfect, Alternative 3B received very little support within the working group. Adding more office space is totally unacceptable in an environment when we need more housing and retail to serve those businesses. Okay, finally, I'd just like to say I'd wished.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Keith Brechtel.
Okay, thank you. I've previously talked about the alternative shortage of parks and affordable housing. So tonight I'll talk about two other issues, parking and feasibility. First, we do have to be careful not to require excessive parking, as that wastes both money and space in a development. And this is a valid concern, but we also must realize that insufficient parking effectively privatizes our public streets, and that makes biking more difficult and more dangerous. And as Palo Alto densifies, safe and convenient bike routes will be a crucial part of our transportation system. On packet page 87, the staff report suggests that the 2018 parking study supports reducing parking. That's not true. The study's final recommendation was the city's current parking requirement should remain unchanged for all properties other than senior housing, like Stevenson House. In the study, only one site showed demand below 1 spot per unit, with all other sites showing at least 55% more parking demand. And there are questions about the study's methodology for counting on-street parking use, which is likely the cause of the outlying data point. But basing public policy on a single outlying data point is a very dangerous thing to do. The data point altogether show that the parking standard is appropriate and should be kept. Second, feasibility. The staff report talks a lot about feasibility, but the addition of office, the reduction of parkland, and the reduction of on-site parking all decrease the desirability of the resulting neighborhood. So while the staff report encourages development, it greatly degrades the quality of the resulting development. The term feasibility really should be used to describe the viability of a desirable neighborhood, not just any development. So some would say that office, parkland, and parking concessions are required to build housing. That is not true, as we're seeing fully parked 100% housing proposals elsewhere in Palo Alto. That tells us that we don't have to make distasteful concessions to encourage good projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Stansberry.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Dubois, council members, and everyone. My name is Susan Stansberry, and I live on Josina Avenue. Matador Creek runs freely near our home and provides beauty and a wealth of biodiversity in our neighborhood. I use the word wealth intentionally here, because in addition to our friendly neighbors, it's the natural beauty that makes our neighborhood a great place to live. While writing this, a red-shouldered hawk just landed in the tree outside our office windows. Getting a good sighting of this magnificent bird, which inhabits spaces near streams, was the highlight of my day. In contrast, I have always felt bad that this lovely creek turns into a concrete channel once it leaves our neighborhood. Yesterday, we went to look at the creek near the proposed restoration site. We saw one hummingbird flying and one small brown bird getting some water from the channel. Other than that, nothing. It was kind of depressing. I am grateful that you have conducted studies for restoring the creek, and I'm thrilled that these options are viable. As you may have guessed, I'm in favor of restoring the creek to the maximum extent possible and urge you to adopt Concept 3. Not only is this a good investment in bringing back our true wealth to Palo Alto, but it's also the right thing to do. Many communities in the United States and around the globe are recognizing that ecosystems, including plants, trees, animals, and waters, have rights, just as humans do. In addition, the rights of nature that I just mentioned, the United Nations has declared access to nature as a human right. So in addition to restoring the creek, please require more open space per built unit in NVCAP development plan and climate appropriate and habitat friendly landscaping. We are now in a climate crisis. Let's do our part to reverse the damage and let nature restore herself. Thank you.
Thank you, and very well timed. Our next speaker is David Hirsch.
Unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a small section of the planning study. I hope you have a drawing in front of you. But it is the first step to get it right. I'd like to offer 4 ideas for the Fry's site that would be more responsive to the Ventura's community's original desires for open space, respect for the historic context, maximize the affordable housing, and hopefully incentivize Sobrato to cooperate with the city regarding the retail use of the Fry's building. The first idea is to recognize that Fry's building is not a noteworthy structure, even though it is culturally significant. A small section can be retained to memorialize its history with an appropriate exhibition and a space that can also include community and retail uses. This reduction will have a major impact on the site's potential, allowing for a majority of the surrounding area to be designated housing. Imagine the potential for significant housing development utilizing the PHZ zoning, which will greatly expand the number of units, including the opportunity for a sizable number of affordable apartments. Second is to work with Sobrato through the use of the upzoning to incentivize them to shift their focus from retaining Fry's as a retail building to accepting the housing alternative. Since the more recent zoning density will allow greater enlarged site to be marketable, other experienced developers are actually pursuing this course in the immediate area. On the blocks facing El Camino, including the parcel owned by Sobrato, consider increasing the zoning for mixed-use commercial. As a major development site, it is reasonable to imagine a high-tech office building, an R&D, or as long-range planning, even with the city's office growth limitations. Perhaps a combination of these options would induce them to cooperate. Third, considering sections of improving Ash Street. So actually, this is a different direction in the way in which the planning department has designed this so far. To
David,
create
if you can kind of wrap it up. That's
okay.
fine.
Imagine a great landscaped courtyard where the Ventura neighbors, the popular population of new residents, local office users, and
I'm sorry, I did not mean to do that. That was my apologies to Mr. Hirsch. Our next speaker is Alenka Villarreal.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. So I'm Alenka Villarreal, a longtime Palo Alto resident. I think I know most, if not all, of the honorable council members and mayor through my work with Magical Bridge. And so I do want to say that what you enabled me to start here with this city has now certainly become a model for other cities to create spaces that are truly inclusive and thoughtful about all members of the community. So since I've experienced the real magic of what happens when you get people together at the core of everything I do and our foundation does, we are always looking for opportunities for spaces that do invite everyone to feel welcome. And so that is at the core of how our friendship really with the J. Paul Company started. Is as a nonprofit founder, we have had to seek funds, and of all the many different groups that have come forward, the J. Paul Company actually has been very supportive of our work. And so while there are many details I'm hearing and I'm understanding to be still worked out about the specific proposals, I'm mostly focused on the intent of the project and the spirit of the developer. And as the 395 Page Mill project, if there is a developer that typically is proposing house or office spaces and they're willing to create over 500 units of housing for those teachers, for those individuals in our community that can't afford to be part of this community, I welcome that. I welcome that he is open to creating more housing for people with disabilities. I love the fact that they would consider adding another community space so that everybody can enjoy it in the spirit of a magical bridge. And so as we talk about being inclusive as a city, sometimes being inclusive means being a little bit less rigid in some of the rules and regulations that we set forward, in the spirit for magic to come through and everybody to have a space that we can feel great about and be excited about. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
I think that the mayor's connection has frozen up. So at this time, we can return to the council for discussion. And hopefully Mayor Du Bois will be rejoining us momentarily. There he is.
Sorry about that. I think I had an issue with my internet. I did want to make one quick comment, and then I know Councilmember Philseth has his hand up. Just wanted to say that, again, tonight we're talking about a coordinated area plan, not specific projects. And so council is basically free to view the at-place memo and basically treat it the same as public comment at this point. And I see the city attorney turned her camera on. I don't know if you wanted to add another comment.
Nope, you've got it, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right, we'll go to Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I actually wanted to ask some questions, if I could. What happens to in lieu fees that we collect under the Quimby Act? Where do those go?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Darren Anderson to talk about how the Parks and Recreation expends those funds.
Good evening. This is Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. Yeah, the in lieu fees are kept in the account and used when we're ready to purchase land or make improvements to park that expand the capacity. Good example is the, I believe it was the Bullware property that we purchased. This is the 0.64 acres AT&T parcel that added the Bullware. Those funds go towards that. And other times they'll be used to add the amenities to that property where it expands capacity.
Got it. So we actually do have a parks acquisition. Well, I guess it's both parks acquisition and improvement fund, but it goes to capital expenses as opposed to operating expenses and so forth.
That's correct. It cannot be used for maintenance.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I want to ask a couple questions about amortization and where it's feasible. We usually talk about it in terms of, famously the Fry's building was under amortization for a point. So one big property. Is it applicable in other kinds of spaces? For example, some of the smaller scale mixed areas. Is it applicable there too? Or is it only for sort of individual big projects?
I'm not aware of any land uses where amortization is not allowed. I see Director Late. Did you have anything to add?
No, I think the council, we can certainly explore that. I think the key here is the study, right? And if you're going to decide to change your land use policies, making sure that there is, reasonable, opportunity for the property owner to achieve their economic investment into the site. So, that's kind of that's what we study to make sure that we're not terminating the use or the activities before that investment.
Yep. Okay. And then are there restrictions on what it can be used for? That is, specifically, can you use it for park space or to get park space?
Well, I think this is where, I'm sorry, Rachel, I didn't mean to speak over you. I think that if it's the city's intent to use to amortize a property and then have it be used for park space, I think Molly and her office might want to get involved in that. The property owner's got to have some kind of economic, viable use of the site. Otherwise, the city would be interested in purchasing the property, and then you could put the park there that you were seeking.
Okay, I understand. That's helpful. Next question: parking standards. The fare and piers numbers. Okay, how confident is staff in those numbers?
I'm going to ask our consultant, Jean Eisberg, if she wants to just, if you're interested in understanding them more. I don't think that the summary that was provided in public comment was maybe an accurate summary, but in terms of the just general, we feel pretty confident about the report that was done. I don't know if
Okay.
there's a general question, a specific question you have.
Well, it's just that the
about it.
sample size, my recollection, the sample size was fairly limited, right? And so I'm wondering sort of what's, do you guys think that there's a lot of risk and because of that we might get it wrong? I'm much more interested in sort of parking for what the real demand is, as opposed to what is it going to take to make such and such a project feasible. On the other hand, I think my sense is, like a lot of people's, that we might be a little conservative on it. So the Fair and Pierce thing is the closest thing we've got to an objective study. So I'm just wondering, how good do you guys feel about that?
So the Fair and Pierce study did look at occupancy, and so
Yep.
we feel pretty comfortable about that. It looked at 9 different housing projects across the city, 3 affordable projects, 3 senior housing projects, and 3 market rate projects. And so we looked at both on-street and off-street demand as part of that study, and that's where those findings emanated from.
Yeah. Okay. I also saw that, I think I saw that Sobrato had some parking analysis too, but now I can't find it. Do you know where that is? They looked at
The
sort of
analysis
studios
that
and
they-
wide bedrooms. Yeah.
For their concept proposal?
Is that where it was?
I just don't know if
I
you're
didn't
saying
see
that Sobrato had one, or if you're talking about one that was referencing that site.
I thought it was in their project proposal, but I can't find it in their project proposal.
Do you want to ask Tim Steele if he's still here?
Yeah. Tim, are you still there? Where can I find that? You had like one for studios, one for 1 bedrooms, one for 2 bedrooms.
We did have can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. We did have a study that we shared, I believe, back when we were entitling the 3001 El Camino housing project.
Maybe that was where it was.
That's a couple years ago.
Oh, I thought it was more recent.
No.
Really? That's it? Okay.
We haven't submitted anything as part of the recent discussions with the city on the Portage building.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
2 more questions. First one is, most of our discussion on blended parking ratios has been around this notion of changes of use in commercial districts, right? So it's retail to restaurants and vice versa and so forth. Is that the main scenario that that drives blended parking standards, or there are other primary ones too?
Well, that is a context that we've been talking about it for other parts of the city, but the blended rate can also just be a simple way to understand what parking ratios are needed. And so that any user that's doing commercial use can just kind of know what they'll need. And then also it kind of avoids the future problem of switching of commercial uses and then having the area be in the same place that some parts of our town are now. So.
Right, that's sort of been the traditional, I'm on University Avenue and I've got a retail, and now I'm going to make it a restaurant. And okay.
The second piece of that is that if we're thinking about a consolidated retail area, we may be having people trip chaining, we call it. So they're going to one business, going to another business. And so it's you only park once, even though you're visiting 3 businesses.
Okay. And then finally, I believe housing is not currently allowed under GM zoning, but I think it actually is in the comp plan, just not in the zoning, it's in the municipal code itself. Have I got that right?
I'll ask Claire Campbell if she can confirm if that's in the comp plan, a use under GM
Yes,
housing.
That's
So then
correct.
carrying that through to zoning would be a further step to further materialize that.
So given it's in the comp plan, it sort of seems like it's something we just haven't got around to in the municipal code.
Well, I can just clarify, maybe a number of years back, GM did allow residential, but when we were doing the PTOD zoning, at that time, there was a decision made to remove the housing from the GM. So it was there before, but then it was taken off, but the comprehensive plan was never changed.
I did not know that. Okay, thanks. Let me just make a comment here and then I'm sure I'm close to my time. Yeah.
Oh, your time was up a while ago, but go ahead.
Well, it's just, it seems to me the challenge here is we've got more targets and constraints than we can possibly hit all of. Okay. And so we're going to have to prioritize. And, I read the working groups highest priorities as generally park space, affordable housing, no enthusiasm at all for more office space, but some passion for the historic cannery facility. And so I think, it seems like alternative 1 and actually alternative M probably come closest to this, though I think there are elements of alternative 2 that would fit in well as well. But it certainly looks to me like alternative M/1, maybe 2 is that continuum is kind of consistent with the gravity of the local community. And so the constraints that I think we ought to look at relaxing first are financial feasibility. And second, I think we might look at retail too, but I'll talk about that, in my next turn or the one after or something like that, because I'm out of time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just kind of want to start by just talking about the app places memo and the applications for 395 and 340 Portage. I really appreciate staff's ability to draft an app places memo in such a timely fashion. Pretty impressive that the analysis you were able to provide in that short amount of time. But I really don't think we should be considering or discussing those projects today for several reasons. And yeah, I think a lot of those that the public have really articulated well in their public comment as well as their emails. First, our council's policies and protocols really does provide some clear guidance on late submittals. And I'll just kind of quote from the relevant portion of the handbook that states, late submittal of correspondence or other information related to planning applications in order to allow for adequate staff review and analysis and to ensure public access to information, all plans, correspondence, and other documents supporting planning applications being heard by the City Council must be submitted to staff not later than noon, 5 working days prior to the release of the council agenda packet. And if any correspondence or other information is submitted after this deadline to council members or staff, and staff determines additional review is needed, staff will then reschedule the item for a future council meeting. And I kind of not only read from Director Late's statement, but also staff's own assertion at the onset of the app places memo that said, and I quote, review is limited by the short amount of time available. So it seems like discussing this tonight really is violating our own policies and protocols. But this isn't only important for process reasons, but it's also critical in allowing for really adequate public access to the information and for public participation. I think it also kind of makes me uncomfortable knowing that we're really kind of circumventing the critical city processes by having this issue just come straight to council and not through our typical process. I mean, at the very least, these projects need to be vetted by the PTC, and I think it's inappropriate that they're coming directly to us. And so, yeah, I understand we're not prohibited from discussing these specific projects, but I really think to honor the process, our own procedures, and really acknowledge the desire to just have a transparent process for public engagement so everyone can feel that this is a fair process. I really don't think we should be diving into those proposals tonight. So with that, I have some questions to ask staff. One, I was wondering, can staff further explain how land dedication would be used as a tool to be able to spur affordable housing? In the report, but it didn't go into enough detail to really be able to make that clear for me.
Sure, I will explain as best as I can just from what I've researched. So essentially land dedication is an option that a developer would have to fulfill its affordable housing obligation. And so that developer and the city would create first a kind of framework for how land dedication would work and how to calculate that the value of the land that's being provided is equivalent to either the fee that could have been paid for those units or the units themselves being built in a development, and would go through a process to understand the land and where it is and how the size and et cetera, et cetera. So it is somewhat complicated, I understand. And so it's not as popular, I think, and as widespread as other tools. But again, cities in the Bay Area do use that as part of their way to help. And then, of course, it's just the land. So then there needs to be funding for the housing, either from other sources, from an affordable housing developer, other resources the city may have to actually build the housing units.
And kind of following up on that, I mean, one, I agree, it's far more complex. It makes sense why, and especially since government decisions often kind of need to have some public support and energy behind it, and more complex policies are a little difficult to kind of drive that. That's not to say that we shouldn't pursue those options. But yeah, the funding piece is going to be critical. And I understand this, the state is providing some pretty, well, I don't want to say significant because it's so expensive to build, but is providing funding for this. Have we looked into the possibility of realistically being able to access some of that funding that is coming down from the state right now to be able to do that?
At this point, we are not looking into funding actual projects. We're really just focused on the area plan itself and getting that adopted before we would be seeking funding for.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it
projects.
right makes sense. You wouldn't, right? I understand where it wouldn't be at that point yet, but just seeing is that a realistic possibility if we kind of get down there, or is that funding really limited to we need to be able to move early on with kind of shovel ready projects, and so realistically, when we get to that point, not an option.
Well, I guess I would say the hopeful future would be if the legislature keeps allocating more and more money to affordable housing. When we get to that point, there hopefully would be the resources up to date and then some, to build the housing. So hopefully we move in that direction and not backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I think a great kind of shout out to everyone on the call, the public as well. That's an area where I think continued public engagement and contacting our state legislatures and saying, hey, we need that funding at the local levels. We want to build these projects. We don't have the money to do so. Start contacting our state legislatures. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I see I'm out of time.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Does staff have a slide for the goals for the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan? I just reviewed the staff report and including the one in June. And, I know Councilmember Philseth just described the goals of the working group, but don't we have goals that council established for the NVCAP? And you know what, you can find it for the next go round, does not need to come up now. Okay. I got a really great question over the weekend, and it was about the south of Forest Avenue coordinated area plan. And this person perceived that that was successful and asked why. What is different about either the existing land uses in the NVCAP or what? Is there someone on staff who has some background on that, who can explain any things that are the same or different?
I can start, Councilmember Cormack, and I would invite Claire or Jonathan to weigh in. They have a longer tenure here than I do. I think one of the big differences is the land ownership. And so part of what I think helps SOFA is dealing with a landowner that owned a pretty sizable piece of land and able to have successful discussions with that person. And in NVCAP, we do have a couple large landowners and one and two that did participate in the working group. But I think the nature of the parcels being so dispersed amongst different stakeholders did make it a challenge. Jonathan, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I from our staff perspective, I think that's about right. That's the biggest challenge that we've had. And I think you've heard from some of the commenters, at least one of the commenters, that for the city council mailbox was surprised that we didn't have control over one of the properties. And so that has really been the challenge from a staff perspective to navigate. And I know you have a council member who is intimately involved in that process as well, who may have another perspective on some of the distinctions.
Thanks. I just think it's important to service that. Oh, great. Thank you so much. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so housing, transit, connecting streets, facilities, infrastructure, balancing interests. Objectives. This is just very helpful. I'm sorry we didn't review it before. I just encourage staff when this comes back next to make sure we start with this. So we remember the overarching goals. And I see the very first goal is housing. So that's helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. How am I doing on time? Fine, good. Okay, next question. So the residual land value analysis is on packet page 82. Am I right? This is new. This was a new response to something from before. Okay.
Yes.
So let me be sure I understand what I think this page is saying. It seems to be saying that if you do a residual land value analysis for something that is 45 feet high, no one a property owner won't go ahead and redevelop the property. Is that too simplistic? What should we be taking away from this analysis here?
I'm going to throw that to Ms. Trivistava, who's with us from Strategic Economics, and perform the analysis.
Thanks. So yeah, the residual land value method just looks at what the land would be worth essentially if you were to redevelop using those same assumptions that we used in our previous feasibility studies. And so what we're finding is that there is a positive residual with the 40 to 45 feet project, but the land value that we're showing is far below what we're finding the market rate, the market value of land is in the city of Palo Alto and in the NVCAP area. So whereas right now the value is estimated at about $275 per square feet, our scenarios are showing that the land value would be $63 to $127 feet, depending on how much below market rate housing you included and for what income levels. So, you know, I think some property owners may want to go ahead and redevelop with those lower market values, but what we found in our work, most property owners have the expectation of being able to recoup the full market value of their properties.
Okay, so I guess another way to say to think about that is that while there is an absolute value that is positive, on a relative basis, it's less than what they would have from other options. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Koo and then Vice Mayor Burke.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, why is the traffic study done at a later time? You know, if I recall in the past, you know, J. Paul, their 395 Page Mill building back in, I think in 2013 or 14, they did come out with a proposal asking to increase the office space over there. And neighbors, and they had actually produced a traffic study which showed it would be, it would have further impacts on some of the roads over there. So I really kind of, I would think that that would be where we would need to have a study done ahead of time so that we can use that as a gauge of how much to build over there.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. If this council would like to have traffic studies performed for each concept alternative, then we would need to request additional funding to perform those studies. The project was not scoped to perform traffic studies for several different concepts, but the goal is to have a concept plan that is further studied and refined. So that's why the studies are not performed at this time.
Yeah, I would think, you know, I think that would be an important part of ensuring that we know exactly what we're going to be, what type of, with the different alternative, what's going to cause for intrusive traffic. And also, you know, there is new buildings that have gone up with higher densities, and that hasn't had the opportunity to be studied either. So I would think that with tonight's direction, perhaps that be a part of further information. I do want to thank Councilmember Stone for what he said about the at Places memo. I would tend to agree. And, you know, when I'm reading this staff report, I'm also seeing a lot of bonuses given to in order to incentivize community benefits. And I really have to be worried about that, because at the end, it looks like it is just going to be office park with some dorms and that sort of housing around there. So people just go work, go to sleep, go work, go to sleep. And then at the same time, then the neighboring communities are going to be impacted by a lot of the like one commenter said, you know, the heat islands. There's a park plopped here, park plopped there, but nothing intentional in terms of community serving retail and retail-like businesses. And we're trying to enhance this. As a matter of fact, it's funny that Councilmember Cormack mentioned the SOFA plan. And I went back and looked at it and looked at what is the purpose of a coordinated area plan. And in it, it says is to build a sense of community through public interaction. So, you know, I don't see alternative B nor alternative 2 as building a sense of community. So that is hard for me to consider. The other, the blended method of looking at parking space. Isn't office space now of a lesser density per person? I mean, some of the offices, because they're shared in an open floor plan, is like about 100 square feet per person. So why are we using that particular one without further studying whether it should be at 250 per space per employee?
We were building that off of our current local policies for downtown, and again, working to ensure that we have a consistent way of parking our commercial uses. Again, if council does not want to have that be the ratio, they can provide direction of a different ratio.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to say that, you know, these are all numbers that hasn't been really looked at further in the current times. And so again, we're making decisions based on theory, really. And I, again, am concerned about that. The other thing is about parking. I will come back to parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So I share concerns about the late presentation of concepts, although these are not actually applications. So they don't violate the letter of our policy, although they run counter to the spirit in many ways. Nevertheless, I found that each of them were useful in terms of having a perspective design that we would compare to the alternatives from the NVCAP and the goals and objectives of the NVCAP, which Councilmember Cormack had brought back before us. And in fact, if staff wouldn't mind putting that back up, I think that's important to kind of default to. And one of the things that I saw about the 395 page mail project is first, its office element is about twice what the NVCAP's highest density had proposed. This is a 112-foot tall office tower in this neighborhood, and then a very high residential tower. And so first, I view those as non-starters. They don't get to first base in my mind. It's completely out of the ballpark, and really, I'm kind of mystified why the owners of that property would come forward with something like that after hopefully paying attention to our city zoning rules and this process throughout, and then to have something that disconnected, I'm kind of scratching my head on. But it did, the staff analysis did bring forward a couple of important questions and considerations. So one is that based upon the council support of what staff had proposed in September of 2020, the assumed office occupancy density is 3.4 workers per 1,000 square feet, or about almost 300 square feet per worker. And this staff analysis made me just dwell on that and say, holy smokes, how did that ever get adopted? We, for years, have been looking at whether our historic model of 250 square feet per worker was severely outdated. And as I've looked at a number of different studies, it certainly seems to be the case. That 3.4 per thousand was apparently based upon a VTA transportation study. We actually at VTA, that was a 2013. I'm not sure where it came from, but I will say that the BART to San Jose study did an update of had its own analysis, and they were looking at for IT type office about 200 square feet per worker, or about 5 workers per thousand. And so that's not only important when we look at whether a project is a net housing to jobs benefit, and the thing that we really want, which is to add more housing than we do additional jobs, and particularly tech jobs, but it's also the basis by which we calculate our impact fees. So our park impact fees and others for commercial properties are reduced because we have that lower number. And so I think I'd really like to hear from colleagues tonight on whether they want to have that request staff to reevaluate that and come back with a more well-researched evaluation of what density we should have there. There was also, and I'm going to have a lot of other comments, but there were questions about the SOFA process. And I was one of the people, I spent 4 years on that process, both leading up to it and getting the process adopted, and then through all of the SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 processes there. And in addition to the fact that we had in the SOFA 1, we had really one developer. In SOFA 2, we had multiple property owners. But we also had an empowerment of a multi-stakeholder group that really came in with a variety of domain expertise and a context basis, knowing the neighborhood, whether they were affordable housing advocates in the neighborhood or transportation, environmental advocates. And then the process empowered them. And they and the property owners really struggled over an extensive period of time to understand the various issues involved, the various objectives and goals that we had, and then came through a prolonged effort at a consensus recommendation. I didn't see that in the NVCAP process. I didn't see really the education of the stakeholders, nor the real engagement between the property owners and the committee to understand each other well and try to go to the difficult process of arriving at a consensus. So I'll loop back later. Thanks.
Okay, excuse me. I'll go ahead and jump in. I have one question, which is, what is the current commercial requirement for parking in this area?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Du Bois. I'll ask Ms. Campbell if she can address the current parking standards in the NVCAP area. There are a couple different land uses that I think would have different parking ratios based on the use.
So that's right. I'll have to just pull it up in the code, and I will
I
get
think
that.
it's 1 to 250. I believe it's 1 to 250 for office.
Right, but there are for the office uses, but there are CS and other zoning districts there as well as GM.
So is that
there's not one rate for the whole area presently.
Yeah, so it's based on the usage.
Correct.
Or the zoning.
It's based on the usage. So restaurant's
Okay.
going to have a different use, office, retail.
Right. Okay. Let me go through my comments, and maybe if you could find that information, it'd just be good to have. So first of all, I really want us to focus on a path to completing this plan, getting this off of staff's plate, and basically having this long-term plan in place. They're the components back in Appendix A, housing, office, retail, open space, parking. I'd encourage everybody to say where they are specifically on those components so we can start to get to a motion on those elements. So for me, I'm going to jump straight to the chase. I am really at a mix of components from scenarios 1 and 2, as well as scenario M. On housing, I think for this area where I ended up after looking at everything, going back and looking at my notes, and I'm mostly scenario 1 with a focus on the 15% inclusionary rate. I think we could potentially increase the housing above scenario 1 over time as maybe office uses faded out. And I think we should consider, other sources of investment, whether that would be a bond or otherwise, to help make some of that happen. So, under scenario 1, I think we should look at, modifying the underlying zoning. Maybe, consider converting more of the zoning in the NVCAP area. As well as, if the opportunity comes up, pursuing the path towards possible dedicated affordable housing land. On the office, I am also put mostly option 1, which would limit to the existing office space, rezone it so that, if it was redeveloped, it would no longer be office. I am open, and I would like to hear maybe more from staff when this comes back on potential amortization processes and kind of evaluating what kind of no office or R&D would look like over a long period of time. On retail, one of the things I'd be interested in is exempting up to 2,000 square feet of ground floor retail from a parking requirement. And so making it clear that that was retail and not commercial exemption, a more general commercial exemption. I agree a lot of ways with Vice Mayor Burt about the J. Paul proposal. And again, I believe if we just look at it as public comment, we can go ahead and comment on these. These are not applications for projects. And I understand kind of where J. Paul is coming from, but I think it's way off from what the community really wants. And a big increase in office usage and height. I understand the trade-off there and the benefits that were coming with those trade-offs, but I don't think it'll fly. And for me, I'd like to see us maintain our 50-foot height limit. And if this is a primarily residential neighborhood, I'd point out that RM 30 is 35 feet, RM 40 is a 40-foot high limit. And so if we had a residential neighborhood that was, 50 feet, that would be our highest, densest residential neighborhood. There are elements of the Sobrato plan that I like quite a bit. I thought it was interesting to see the historic pictures of the cannery and, that's the visual of their proposal kind of looking like the historic building. So I'd like to see the historic kind of rooftop preserved. In terms of retail in general, again, I think if we exempted some parking requirements, that might get us some retail. And again, maybe looking for retail on Park and on El Camino to some degree. On the open space, we've had some discussions with Valley Water. There is some funding there, and they aren't interested in naturalizing creeks. And so I would support naturalization of the creek. And then I'd be interested, if we did that, I'm not really, don't have it at my fingertips how much open space or park space that would help create. But I think that would be a big chunk of what we could see in this neighborhood. So overall, where I'm coming from, my goal for this area plan would be a residential neighborhood. Like I said, even with scenario 1, I think this would become our densest residential neighborhood. So I'm really coming down on not relying on developer incentives, more of looking at Ventura as our other neighborhoods, looking to improve the job housing balance, preserving, existing residents as much as we can. And I think I skipped over parking. Let me see if I can find that.
Are you looking for a second, by the way?
I'm not, well, I'm just kind of going over mine, but we can make it a motion. I'm parking, I'm kind of torn. I think the ratio should either be 1.5 or maybe 1.33 unit spots per bedroom, and I think we could cap it at 2 spots per unit. But with the idea, if it was 2 or 3 bedrooms, maybe 3 bedrooms, that would have to have 2 parking spots. I think the blended commercial zoning would be okay, but I'd like to understand what the current commercial parking is. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the gist of where I am. So we are going into the second round. Actually, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka has not spoken, and then we'll go into the second round. And if people want to try to put together a motion, that would be great. Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. What I wanted to ask about is, and I've been listening to the community and also listening to kind of what the property owner is saying. And I was wondering if staff could talk a little bit about, what is our discretion here in terms of, I suppose we could zone for whatever we want, but it kind of depends also, like, I imagine that we also have to get some buy-in from the property owner. And so I was wondering if staff could talk a little bit about that, what our limits are, what's possible, what's within, the scope here, because there's, I'm hearing several different things. I'm just trying to put it together here. So I don't know if staff could talk a little bit about that.
So thank you, Councilmember. What we're talking about here is a long range plan for this area, and it's perfectly appropriate if the council ultimately in adopting the coordinated area plan thought that different zoning was appropriate for this to achieve its vision. Though just because we change the zoning, the underlying uses wouldn't disappear, the next day. There'd be some kind of, either they could continue until they were replaced, or if the city wanted to pursue, they'd be treated as a non-conforming use and could continue. Or if the city wanted to pursue amortization, which you've heard a little bit about this evening.
And I guess what rights do the property owner has in this process? So at what point is it considered like a taking of their property?
Yeah, I'll let Molly weigh in on sort of the, legal standard for that, but I mean, that's just it, right? At the point where the city takes away, I'm going to let Molly speak to the specific issues of takings. I don't want to misspeak, but that is the concern, right? You don't want to end up with a takings claim that you lose. So, Ms. Stump.
Thanks, Director Late. Yeah, and the question is very general. So, we'll have to understand what it is that the council wants and advise on procedures to get there. The customary rule of allowing uses that become non-conforming through subsequent zoning changes to persist is meant to avoid those kinds of problems with private property rights. And amortization is one way that that the municipal entity can still pursue its goals while still honoring the rights of the property owner. So we'll advise as you start to tell us what it is that you want to see on the site.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I would imagine there are some bounds to what we could do, because I'm sure that there are some property rights that they have. Mayor, I was wondering if I could ask the applicant a few questions, or not. I guess it's not even an applicant, the property owner a few questions.
Which property?
Maybe Sobrato.
Sure.
Okay. I was wondering if someone from the Sobrato group can talk a little bit about what's it been like trying to rent out the retail portion of the property, and maybe if you could tell us a little bit about the experience and what's been good, not good, what could be better in that regard. So I don't know if anyone from maybe Tim or I don't know who else might be
Yeah,
on. So.
I enabled Tim to talk again if you'd like to, Mr. Seal.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. You know, we've known for several years that the Fry's operation in this location was suffering, as it has in some other locations as well, based on large format retail struggling, referred often to bricks and mortar type of retail across the country. Definitely transitioning out in a lot of lesser locations because of the competition of the various competition, but primarily the internet. This site for retail, inner block, no real street visibility, no there, if you will, for retail, has been extremely difficult, especially in the size range that Fry's was in at one time. So it's been nearly impossible. We did have for a short time interest from Target, which we shared with the city and staff, and actually was in the paper that we were working with them, but we needed to understand what was going on in the remaining part of the vacant portion of Fry's, and that answer and discussion with the city was slow to come relative to Target's timeframe, and they moved on. Partially moved because of COVID and other impacts on retail. So I don't think this site will be a good retail based on the premise of its location, the visibility of its location, the size, its context of other retail uses around it, and so forth. And, you know, sadly, it's not, in our eyes and in our professional opinion, a reasonable expectation to expect any retail here to survive of any size.
What about the idea of having retail along Park?
You know, it is in the city's bicycle route. It's close to the Caltrain station. If there's other development in the area, you know, maybe there's a 1,500 square foot type of use that might be supported with enough density in the area. But I think with California Avenue be as close as it is, you know, you even see it struggling there next to the Caltrain station in some regards. So I think it'd be very spotty success depending on its orientation and the density of development around it.
I'm out of time, so thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Councilmember Filson.
Well, I kind of find myself in coherence with most of the mayor's discussion on sort of all this stuff. I'd add that, you know, I want to talk for a second about financial feasibility and also retail if there's time, right? This isn't supposed to be about RENA, which the working group is working on, but they're not completely, you know, isolated. However, I want to observe, just for context here, that SB 9 is now law, which is just zoned for something like 20,000 new housing units in Palo Alto and R1 neighborhoods. So I think at NVCAP, we can afford to take a long-term view and try to move towards where we think the majority of the community wants to be. So the big challenge to that, and to, you know, much of what the mayor talked about, is financial feasibility, of course, and especially how to pay for affordable housing, right? And which we want, and it's one of the top priorities for the working group, right? And also park space. And I worry that the traditional, you know, let's get commercial development to pay for it model may not get us where the majority of the community wants us to go. And I think there's a couple of tools that we haven't really focused on as much that we should. Right? And the first Councilmember Stone touched on, which is regional financing for affordable housing. Regional financing for affordable housing is actually the primary MTC and ABAG strategy for Planned Bay Area, and by extension RENA, okay, for the region, okay? I want to point out that funding for affordable housing is not a Palo Alto specific problem. Okay, it's the whole Bay Area, and MTC and ABAG actually quantifies that to hit Plan Bay Area 2050, affordable housing targets, not market rate, just affordable, is going to require just under $500 billion in new funding sources for the subsidies. And so I'm going to read it from the plan exactly what they say. They say, and I quote, "Through advocacy, legislation, regional initiatives, planning, and research, MTC and ABAG can work with partners to secure a $468 billion investment into our region's future housing needs. The cost estimates for the plan's housing strategies are informing a parallel regional effort to dramatically expand funding for Bay Area affordable housing led by the recently established Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, BAHFA, the first regional authority in California authorized to receive, raise, and distribute funding for affordable housing." In other words, the entire region's affordable housing goals are foundational on a regional funding strategy, which MTC is involved in leading. So what I'm saying is I think we should at least partly follow the regional lead as we plan here, right? We should identify what we need in our community as the top priority, somewhat independent of financing, because we relax that constraint, and then work with the region to fund it. So what does that mean in practice? I mean, let's say for the sake of argument, we need 500 units of moderate income housing. We might just zone for it and then work with the region to secure funding for it as described in the Plan Bay Area. So I think that's a tool that we should consider, right? The second one, a couple of people have touched on, I won't talk about it much, rezoning and amortization. I think we should take a long-term view, potentially over decades. So I think we should seriously consider basic rezoning and potentially some selective amortization as tools at our disposal. I understand it's a long-term effort beyond the timelines of RENA Cycle 6, but the whole plan, the whole NVCAP plan is going to outlast, a RENA cycle or two. Okay? So what I'm saying on financial feasibility is I think that's one of the constraints we should relax. I think we shouldn't just reflexively default to the conventional let commercial development pay for it model. I think we need some other tools, but I think we have the time horizon, okay, to deploy some other tools. I want to talk about retail too, but am I out of time?
Go ahead.
Let me talk for a second about retail, local retail, and how much is realistic, right? So the staff report talks about, quote, European squares and, quote, cafes, small local markets, and theaters, right? It's kind of this vision of a self-contained urban village where residents can get most of their retail done within the boundaries of the area, and so they don't have to go outside very much. As Mr. Steele from Sobrato kind of alluded to, I wonder how realistic that really is, right? I mean, this whole area is really only 4 blocks by 2 blocks, okay? I mean, yeah, they're long blocks, okay? But it seems like a stretch to put a whole mini city there, okay? Especially when, basically all those things already exist on Cal Ave, which is less than 5 minutes away by bike, and not much more than that by foot. And we're already saying, oh, well, it's next to the train station. So obviously that's within the distance. So from that perspective, the retail component we're talking about feels to me, much more like a cafe or a bakery or maybe a brew pub too or something like that, not grocery stores and rows of boutiques and movie theaters, okay? So to constrain the bulk of the area on retail design standards, including ground floor retail, I think that may be an over-constrainment. We ought to consider that. And if we relax that constraint, we could simplify some other things like reduced need for things like blended parking, right? And this notion of, whether it's 25% of residents' retail needs or 75% or whatnot. So I think that's one of the constraints that we ought to consider some flexibility on too, the retail requirement and the financial feasibility. Okay. And I'm waiting for the mayor to make his motion.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. A few more questions and then I'll see how much of, I certainly am planning to go through attachment A at some point, but I may not get through it on this round. Okay, so the staff report referenced a recommendation for a 55-foot height limit plus some bonuses. Is that how you get to the 70 feet that's in alternative 3B? Is it the 55 plus the bonuses?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. The
out
staff
for a
report
moment.
has a recommendation about the height limit that it be 55 feet, plus there are some bonuses that would apply. Affordable housing, I think, in the workforce one.
Mhm.
And then alternative 3B has a 70-foot height limit. Some of the things are at 70. Are those directly connected? Is it the 55 plus the bonuses that gets you to the 70?
The 70 would only be in all scenarios for the workforce or affordable housing. And then the 55 feet is reflective of if there's a ground floor commercial use, particularly retail, there'd be a 5-foot bonus because the ceiling heights on the ground floor for retail often need to be higher. And so that allows more floors of housing above that ground floor retail use.
Got it. Great. Thank you. And I just want to, address the parks just for a moment and emphasize the point on page 81 that we have to find ways to obtain private land. So that's really what we have to do in order to be able to create any park space. Feasibility. Councilmember Phil Seth has suggested that we relax the criteria of feasibility. We had at least one public comment that suggested that if we did that, that would make the plan not acceptable to our primary funder. Can staff comment on that?
I don't believe that there's any requirements that are that specific in our grant agreement. I believe our requirements are to do what we did agree to do, which is to adopt a coordinated area plan and complete, any environmental review and other legislative actions as necessary to have that plan adopted.
Okay, thank you.
So that's, I think, a no on that.
Okay. And then, so it seems like this time talking about Matador Creek, that concept 3 might be feasible. I thought when we went through this before that concept 3 had a lot of hurdles that staff didn't think would perhaps be surmountable.
There are certainly many, many hurdles to that concept. So I don't know if they're the first, but one would be to your point around parks and open space, obtaining private land to expand the creek onto. We would need to replace the bridge, the Lambert Bridge. I think that might be under all the alternatives, so the bridge might need to get replaced. And then, of course, the trade-off of having more space in Bulwer Park that would be dedicated. So those are just a few. And then, of course, there's just opportunity cost of what you're not doing with that land if you're having the creek there. But it is, from a hydrological standpoint and engineering standpoint, feasible. But those other things would need to be attended to.
Okay, and the funding of 16 million, the mayor referenced Valley Water. Do we have any sense at all where funding would come from for that that work?
Certainly Valley Water could be a resource, any other grant resources that are there. But again, we have not done a part of the planning process would be to do an implementation plan once we get further down the road on this planning process.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to have time to go through attachment A on this round. So now let me turn to the budget for the plan itself, which no one has brought up yet, and the staff referenced at the end. Ballpark figure of how much more money we need to spend on this?
I would not hazard a guess at this point in time, only because I've yet to hear where the council's headed this evening. But suffice it to say that our consultant at least would probably anticipate requesting a couple of percentage increases. They've had the same rate since, I believe, 2018 when their contract was locked in. So I'd have to look at that. And then again, if there's additional studies that come out of this evening's deliberations, those would be additional.
Okay. All right, I do not have time to go through attachment A on this round. I will do that on the next.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah. So following up on one of the issues of how do we actually incentivize housing and as opposed to incentivizing offices. If we take, for example, the 395 Page Mill site, which is second biggest parcel in this area. It has a very modern contemporary building that was originally the Agilent headquarters, built less than 20 years ago, I think. And still beautiful building in great shape. And somehow 2 of the 3 scenarios in this project came up with demolishing that building, which is the largest and most contemporary building in the entire NVCAP areas. If I think we don't, I don't think NVCAP goes on the other side of Park there. And as an alternative, what we can do for various property owners is we can upzone for housing. And this, for instance, that side and along Park are areas that are not immediately adjacent to lower density neighborhoods, which are scattered about in these areas. And those transitions are important. And so that very large parcel only has that one building in the corner of it because it's GM zoning, and I think it's a 0.4 FAR, and it's a legacy from the 1950s when that was HP's sheet metal site. So what I'll call the right hand side, the half of that parcel closest to El Camino, we can upzone very significantly for housing, and the parking that is already being provided for that building is probably higher density parking than we would today require, or because of its adjacency to the PTOD district, meaning that the transit and the walkable services of Cal Lab, which are just 2 blocks away. So that means they don't necessarily have to replace all the surface parking there. They have podium parking that potentially could have another level added on to it. And then we have the potential to upzone and incentivize all the rest. And they're not having to purchase that land. That is basically land that all they have to do is figure out how to replace the parking, and maybe they don't need to fully do that. And then we negotiate what we could also gain in terms of some amount of park space there. There's already a 70-foot park space strip that's a buffer zone that was negotiated when that was built. That can be integrated in with other park space. So that's an example of how we incentivize developers to do what we're hoping that will be done. It's not going to be as high a return on investment as office. Office yields about twice the return per square foot of residential, but that doesn't mean it's not a good return. We're having multiple proposals in this area and throughout the city for housing projects that are many of them of all housing and fully parked or some variation of that. And so I think that we have that opportunity. Similarly, or a little bit, and I should add that destruction of that building environmentally is not going to be a net environmental gain to rebuild it as a net zero building because of all the embedded carbon in a major project. On the Soprado area, I think we do have potential there as well. They're looking at adaptive reuse of much of the former cannery building and being able to have historic preservation and renovation there. I would want to see in their project area, including this project proposal they had come forward with right on Park, higher amounts of housing than they're even proposing, and that we would allow and support higher density housing than they're currently proposing. And in exchange, I think that one of the real critical things is naturalizing that creek. When we look at parkland in this area, the potential to restore that creek to a naturalized state is really a rarity. We can't do it elsewhere in the city where we've got developed homes right up against a concrete creek. But this area is getting, has the redevelopment potential. And I think that having a parkway along a naturalized creek is something we should really zero in on and place as a high priority. I'd also just comment briefly on the in the plans. We had calculations on how much park space, and I think it's very important that we distinguish between park space, publicly accessible open space that is not park space, and private open space, which is for the residents or the workers of a given location. And all three of those actually have value, but they're not all park space. Park space is public park space, and we should be careful how we categorize that. In that same theme, as we have higher density development on housing and otherwise, I think we really need to embrace utilizing rooftop gardens, because otherwise we get these heat zones, and frankly, we're having additional density. And how do we preserve green space? And rooftop space adds open space for recreation of those residents, and it provides green space at the same time. And so I think that's one of the policies that we should really look at adopting. Thanks for now.
Okay, at the beginning, I said that at 10 o'clock, we would switch over to the other item. I think staff is here and ready to do that. If council members can kind of remember where we are in this conversation, we'll try to come back. Molly, do we need to make a motion to continue this item? We just pause it.
Correct.
Do you need to make a motion?
No, you can just suspend the consideration of the item, move to other business, and then return to this item.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do
Are you going to
that.
return this evening, or you're going to conclude it for tonight and come back another night?
No, we're going to suspend and come back tonight.
Great. Yep.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 9. I see 2 hands. Is this in regards to this? Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Mayor Du Bois, I wonder if we could have a 5-minute break.
Well, I can't deny you your break. So yes, let's take a 5-minute
My
break.
break, it's for everyone.
Yes. Let's go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to item 9. Does staff want to go ahead and get started with the presentation?
Thanks, Mayor. Just give me share my screen. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I think that the council is familiar with the city's CDBG program. You know that every year we receive funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Every year we go through a process of developing an action plan and reporting out on our the results of that action plan through this coordinated, the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, the CAPER. And this annual program, of course, is guided by a 5-year consolidated plan, which was just adopted last year. So this will be the first reporting in that consolidated plan to HUD this year. The amount of funds that the city has dispersed to the nonprofit entitlement agencies is included in your report, and upwards of almost 1.6 million. Those funds were dispersed in a number of different programs benefiting individuals of low and very low income. This year, we were able to assist individuals with case management programs, seniors with long-term care facilities, victims of domestic violence have received counseling through our nonprofit partners, and many other individuals and families have been served by this program, including, as you can see, with rental assistance and in other areas as well that are supported by the CDBG program. Tonight, we're asking you to authorize the submission of the report that's included in the attachment A, which summarizes these and other findings from our program. And we're happy to answer any questions. We have Aaron McDool, who's our CDBG administrator, who can help answer any detailed questions that you may have regarding the program. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and welcome any questions.
Councilmember Koo. Actually, I'm sorry. We should probably see if there's any public comments and then come to you. If there are any members of the public that want to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands, so we'll come back to Councilmember Koo. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say good job, and thank you for bringing this report. And I was just going to make a motion, unless now's not the time.
Oh, you can make a motion.
I'll just move to authorize staff to submit the FY 2020-2021 CAPER to the Department of HUD by September 30th, 2021. Thank you.
Okay, and you want to speak anymore?
No, staff has done a great job. It's been a year that has so much uncertainties, and we're grateful for the funding, and the distribution was done well. So thank you for that.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree. I thank staff for the wonderful report, the work, all the work that's really associated with making sure that the funding is going to our nonprofits and working through that whole process. I was on the Human Relations Commission for several years and was very much involved in the CDBG funding process. This is a difficult lift. I appreciate it, and I think just something to celebrate. I mean, 1,215 people were assisted in that fiscal year thanks to this, in one of the most difficult times in our nation's and our city's history. So just kudos to staff, as well as all the wonderful nonprofits that are serving our community and helping these at-risk populations.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Two questions. The first is on packet page 108. I just think we should take a moment to have staff explain why for affordable housing, the actuals are zeros against expected 107 for rental units rehabilitated and 40 for homeowner housing rehabilitated. I think we should take an opportunity to explain that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to ask Aaron McBool to give us some background on that. Aaron?
Sure, yeah. So for the council member Ellison, for the 107 units, we provided funding to Alta Housing last year in the amount of 150K. And that's why that number is coming from that project. But in October of last year, they returned the funding, citing that they are not able to find a contractor willing to work with the Davis-Bacon wages, which is important for us to have if we are providing funding through CDBG funds. So that's why it was zero, because it was returned in the middle of the fiscal year. Regarding the rental units rehabilitation, this is like Jonathan mentioned in his presentation, that this is the first year of the 5-year. So in the second year, we have provided funding to Rebuilding Together Peninsula. We have started a minor home repair program this year, and we have there is a lot of interest generated by the residents. So we are planning to provide more funding in the next year. So this is where we are at as far as the rental rehabilitation is concerned.
Great. And I just wanted to say that's packet page 118 for this Safe at Home program. Rebuilding Together potentially would accept volunteers. So if there are people in Palo Alto who wanted to help, I just wanted to flag that as an opportunity for people in the community to participate. Thank you.
Any other council comments? Okay, well, I just want to thank staff for sticking around for this item. Let's go ahead and vote. I believe we're starting with Councilmember Coop.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Philsott.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes on a 7-0. And we will on pause item 8 and go back to it. I'll jump in. First of all, I just wanted to see if staff had a chance to kind of spell out what the current commercial parking is.
Yeah, Claire, did we have that?
Yes, let me just grab that. We have it in our message here. Let's see. So retail is 1 space per 200 square feet to up to 1 space per 350 square feet. It depends on what type of retail it is. Restaurant is 3 spaces per 100 square feet of takeout. Restaurant's a little bit complicated, and other restaurant is 1 space per 60 gross public service area plus 1 space per 200 square feet for other areas. Definitely a little bit complicated. Office, R&D, financial uses, it's 1 space per 250 square feet. So you kind of get a sense of the common ones.
Yeah, I was just struggling really to understand what we gain by blending. Again, it sounds like depending on the retail, you could potentially have less parking if it was 1 per 350. I don't know. Director Late, do you want to comment? Like, maybe some of the things we're seeing on Cal Ave, would a blended rate help enable maybe some of these restaurants or retail?
Well, I think for Cal Ave, we really need to take a more holistic look. I mean, right now, based on our current parking standards, it's a little bit frozen in time, and uses aren't able to transition to more intense uses. We heard a lot in public testimony, letters to council about the inability to allow for more intense uses such as restaurants, which is a lot of the uses there. So it does require, I think.
So for the NV cap, if it was the 1 per 250, do we end up with the same problem? I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, so I think the idea of the blended rate is it allows for a better interchangeability of uses. Downtown, for instance, you can change any number of land uses regardless of what their parking standard would be in the code, because it has that blended rate. I think on Cal Ave, a similar thing could be appropriate, particularly given additional parking resources in the area. For NVCAP, the idea is to prevent, I think, a situation where we find ourselves constrained by uses not being able to go into a certain site because it doesn't meet it didn't provide the sufficient parking to meet that, potentially higher demand. So a blended rate just allows for uses to, have that, again, interchangeability of tenant spaces.
Okay. And does it have the impact of requiring less parking for a restaurant?
It potentially would, right? Because restaurant parking is among our highest intensity uses.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to try to get a motion on the table, which I sent to the city clerk. And I should have let you know that I sent it to you, but if you could look for that email. And so basically the motion was to direct staff to develop a preferred scenario with the following parameters. And it's alternative. And if you guys want to look on packet page 76, 77, I'm basically going through those categories. And so it'd be alternative 1 for housing, alternative 1 for office. And I also called out kind of evaluate the need for amortization of some office uses. For retail and city clerk, let me know if there's any issue finding that email.
We just found it. It's coming up in 1 second.
Okay, great. So for retail, again, I said exclude 2,000 square feet from the parking requirements and find other ways to encourage or require some retail on El Camino and Park Boulevard. For parks and open space, I said naturalize the creek as much as possible and look to alternative 1 for other buffers, parks, and bike paths. There it is. And so E, maintain the height limit with an exception for 100% affordable housing. F, and I left this vague. I think for staff to come back in the alternative, but to allow for higher density housing on the 2 largest parcels, in the 2 largest properties. G is to look for adaptive reuse of the historic structures. H, look at a residential parking ratio of 1.33 spaces per bedroom, capped at 2 bedrooms per unit. I would go ahead and say commercial parking with a blended rate. If you want to change that one, I was waiting to get an answer to the question. So that's I would need to be edited. And then, okay. Thanks. So Leslie, I don't know if you caught that on letter I. So commercial parking would have a blended rate of 1 per 250 square feet, I think. And then the last one here is really to encourage staff to come back to council with their idea of a preferred scenario with these kinds of parameters and look to minimize additional expenses needed. I think I spoke to most of this the first time around. So Councilmember Filseth, you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think this is sort of the right epicenter for where we ought to go tonight, especially as a starting point, right? I expect this will get refined a little bit. We'll probably, you know, as we go through this, we and staff go through this, things will adjust a little bit and so forth. I expect there will be some coordination with the Housing Element Working Group, because again, they're separate, but they're not entirely separate and so forth. So I think it's the right starting point. There are a couple things, you know, 1.33 spaces per bedroom for parkings. I wonder if that's really necessary, but we'll find out as we go along. One other consideration that I think we should keep in mind as we go through this process, and you hate to go to this, but you know, a consideration is the reality is that we, the city, residents, and council don't completely control zoning in Palo Alto anymore. And we increasingly share it with the state, and that seems to be a growing trend, right? You know, and what does that mean? Well, for example, any upzoning we do now, you know, we're in practice prohibited from ever downzoning again. I mean, not literally, but in practice, right? You have Sacramento now literally passing state bills on individual shopping malls in California. So the level of unpredictability has reached a point where I think we actually need to keep that in mind as we plan, right? Because, you know, it's not just what we need in our community, but, you know, what our assembly and state reps are going to be doing as well. So one more reason I think it makes sense to start with you know, an alternative one like starting point, and then evolve from there. Thanks.
Thanks. And just a correction of my own motion, H should be at the end of that sentence.
Oh yeah.
Should say capped at 2 spaces per unit. Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Earlier this evening, we honored the service of Jeff Wong, who's worked for the city for over 30 years. He works at the Regional Water to Quality Control Plant, which for those of you listening at home is a bit of a euphemism for our sewage treatment plant. And he mentioned that the 2 people who he works with commute a long distance. And the reason he's been able to stay with the city for so long is because he actually lives in Palo Alto. So when I think about his service and that of our other staff, those who work for the city, and certainly the people who you know, provide education for our kids, I just don't feel that alternative one really gets at what we need, because we need a wider variety of places for people to live at all points in their life. So I won't be supporting this motion. I'm just going to take my time to go through on each of them. So alternative one is really, it's like there's almost no park space. I'm just looking at section D. So while you would get the naturalized creek, there's almost no park space in alternative one. That's definitely not consistent with the, you know, my hope, and certainly that of people nearby and the people who I hope will get to live in this area. For the height limit, I think there's been a really good explanation of why 55 would be okay. And then the bonuses, I guess perhaps that's what the maker is thinking is would be an F. With respect to G, again, didn't have an opportunity to speak to the cannery building at 340 Portage. My hope had always been, but Los Altos beat us to it, that it'd be like the State Street Market. But you know, they have substantial private funding there, community interest. So that was always my hope. It would honor the original use, and it'd be a great place for people to be together. I do agree that the you know, the images shown certainly look promising in terms of echoing the roof, and if that ends up happening, certainly be comfortable with that. H, parking. You know, I remember a few years ago, someone telling me it's all about parking, and I didn't quite agree at the time. And the more time I've spent on council and the more time I've spent reviewing this, fundamentally, I think at the end of the day, it does come down to parking. And, you know, our objective was to use a data-driven approach, and we have the data, and we don't need 1.33 spaces per bedroom. So, you know, that's an issue. And then in terms of minimizing additional expenditures, of course, we can ask staff to do that. But my fear is we're going to spend a lot more money and a fair amount more time, and we're going to have a plan that isn't going to get implemented. And it's going to leave a bad taste in the community's mouth. And so fair to say that I'm disappointed, and I certainly won't be supporting this motion.
Vice Mayor Burt.
So there are parts of this motion that I support, and then others that I think are overly prescriptive, and in some cases just go too far. And so let me see if how much receptivity there is to some amendments on alternative 1 for housing on A. I would support an alternative 1+. Basically, there are areas in this NV cap area that I think the community would be receptive to higher density, up something in the 50-foot range, and that aren't immediately adjacent to lower density housing. And I want us to be able to do that. Alternative 1, I think, limits things at 35 feet. Is that everywhere? Yeah, I think so. So, so I would propose that that be changed to, yeah, within an approximate 50-foot range in areas not adjacent to lower density housing, if that's acceptable.
So I'm looking at alternative 1. Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay saying kind of alternative 1+. And, you know, going to 50 feet in limited areas or something like that, if you're okay with that.
Yeah. And we still leave it open for discussion on exactly what are the appropriate areas for that.
I would accept that too. I think, you know, next to the Cloudera building, you know, seems perfectly reasonable. Those are places, you know, we probably should discuss.
Yeah. Well, I would say also along Park is an area that the even the NVCAP folks who were favorable to a less dense project felt that was an appropriate location.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just get the wording.
Okay, and then
so, yeah, I would going to 50-foot height
in designated areas. Why don't we say?
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things, staff's going to take what we have and look at it and try to massage it into something that really works as a plan. And then on C, I read this as an intention to look for ways to incentivize retail. I don't know that specifically exempting the first 2,000 square feet is the right way to do that. And so if it were a more generalized guidance to staff of looking or pursuing methods to incentivize retail, I think that would be better.
Yeah, so that came from page 77 with a commercial parking ratio. What if
and that might end up being the right one, but
what if it read such as for retail, you know, consider excluding.
Yeah, that's fine.
You guys think we're going to get that much retail down there?
Well, again, this is an optional incentive, right? It's somebody could look at that and say.
So I am skeptical how much retail we're going to get. And that's part of why I don't want to zero in on one prescription. I also,
you could remove the 2,000, consider excluding parking requirement from some.
why don't we just say,
Actually, consider relaxing parking.
incentivize retail through, through reduced parking requirements.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's fine.
Okay. And is that good with Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So under D, I certainly support the prioritization of the naturalized creek, but I don't want to abandon other pursuit of park in the area.
Sorry, real quick, just to be anal about C, it should say incentivizing retail parking through parking requirements. Right.
Okay.
That's okay. Not retail. Get rid of the first parking. There we go. There we go.
Okay. So I'd want to add on D that in addition to what's there to pursue opportunities for park space in the plan area, in addition to the naturalized.
Sure, that's fine. So just add it to the end, I think.
Yep. And kind of connected to that is this thing I was talking about before about that we have somehow adopted a very unusual assumption on office workers per square foot that's driving our calculation of whether a project is in jobs, housing, and balance. It basically is lowballing the number of jobs that are created per 1,000 square feet and lowballing the impact fees that we charge for things like parks. So if we want to get parks, we need to readjust the formula for jobs created per 1,000 square feet in office. And so I would add a, I don't know, I'm jumping down here, but maybe it's a K, is to request staff to return with a researched revision or set of alternatives for jobs created per 1,000 square feet of office.
Yeah, I think you're talking about beyond the NV cap, right?
Yeah, but it's certainly important within the NV cap, but you're correct. It would apply beyond the NV cap.
Okay. I would accept that. I actually was going to speak to that earlier and I forgot.
Great.
Yeah, I accept it too. We should fix that.
Okay. And then, so this maintain height limit with exception of 100% affordable housing, I think we've already modified that in A. So does that, do we want to delete E or do we want to say that consider additional height incentives for affordable housing?
How about if you just say maintain a maximum of 50-foot height limit? Would that solve the issue? Are you concerned about 35 feet?
Well, do we even need that now with the way A is written?
I would like to see it there.
Okay.
I actually kind of liked it the way that Pat said. He said, I wish I remember your exact words, but it was consider other incentives for 100% affordable housing or something like that.
Yeah, we even aside from a height, we can just look at incentives.
Yeah. So I'm good with adding that and then to the end of the sentence. And then maintain a maximum 50-foot height limit with the exception for affordable housing.
Okay.
and consider other incentives for affordable.
Was it 50 or 55?
I was saying 50.
And F kind of is a variation of A, but I maybe just keep it there. It maybe adds just a little more direction there. And then on H, as I looked at, we have packet page 90, which is the table from the Fair and Piers parking occupancy study, and it's a complicated study. It does not appear to me to give guidance as H is saying of this 1.33 space per bedroom. First, it's really circumstantial. The parking requirements, as we've been looking at on other housing projects, are dependent on adjacency to services and transit, and we've been allowing reduced parking. But we want to do that carefully. So I don't think trying to peg a number, I think this goes too high. It doesn't talk about if you have.
If I could explain this, maybe I overcomplicated it.
Okay.
You either need 1 or 2 parking spots. So if it's 3 bedrooms or more, there would be 2 parking spots. Otherwise,
Why do you say you either need 1 or 2?
Because it says 1.33 spaces per bedroom, capped at 2 spaces. So at 2 bedrooms, it would be 1 space, and at 3 bedrooms, that was the intent, anyways. Maybe I misspoke.
Well, I don't know that those are the right numbers. In particular, whether someone has a TDM program very near to transit versus no TDM further from transit. We've made those adjustments. I think being prescriptive at this time, as opposed to giving guidance.
Well, I think individual projects could have TDMs, but this is, the base, I guess, right?
I would really encourage us to request that staff return with a recommendation on parking requirements for residential based upon the Fair and Piers study, and other context-based conditions.
Yeah, so my concern is, and I remember when we reviewed that study, that again, it felt like it was light in terms of the data it used. And we have other housing complexes that have resulted in parked up streets in places that have no other traffic, like.
Yeah, but I don't dispute that we don't know exactly what we should have in parking in all places. And all the more reason why trying to prescribe it here is premature, I think.
But if we say just go with the study.
No, I have it help inform that we're going to come back and settle it. But I picking a number out of a hat right now, I don't think is the right way to go. So
if I understand, you're saying you want staff to go back and look into this whole thing and come back with a recommendation?
That's right, and we'll
let's ask staff if they got bandwidth to do that. Anybody from staff want to chime in?
Trying to understand exactly what we would be researching that is not research.
Yeah.
What is it that we would research?
I was trying, again, looking at the packet page 77, I was really going with alternative 2 for residential parking, but I was actually loosening it to say 2 spots for 3 bedrooms instead of 2 spots for 2 bedrooms.
Well, Director Lake, do you have any feedback on this?
No.
He's got confidence in the Fair and Piers study.
The only thing I would add to your point, Mayor Du Bois, is that right now you've got 1.33 spaces per bedroom, which would be that, like, if you had a studio or a 1 bedroom, they would provide 1.33 spaces. I don't know if that is your intent.
I didn't write that correctly, so please interpret it as what I was trying to say was
okay.
1 for 1 and 2 bedroom, and then 2 for 3 and up.
Wait a minute, 1 for 1 and 2 bedroom?
Well, that's not what I saw there.
Okay.
This is why trying to be prescriptive on the fly like this, I don't think we're at a point where we.
So again,
really
I
do
wasn't
that
trying to
well.
be prescriptive. I was trying to pick between the alternatives the staff
Okay, well,
proposed.
this is prescriptive.
So let me modify it and see if this meets what you're saying.
What do you think actual demand is?
Well, I'm concerned that if 3 or 4 bedroom units got built, they should have more than one parking spot.
Yeah, I share
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
I don't think we can prescribe that tonight.
All right. So I don't know if staff's listening to this discussion. I mean, if you can come back with a recommendation, but it's somewhere, I think, between, you know, alternative 2 and 3, but hearing this concern about.
So perhaps I'll ask the question of staff, absent a specific directive here and not a research project, do we feel that the guidance on the land uses are sufficient for us to come back with a corresponding parking recommendation?
So I think relative to housing, I think we're hearing, I think we've got some parameters to work with. And I don't know that would require a whole lot of additional research. I think we just need to think it through a little bit, reviewing the study and taking the comments that we've heard this evening. Ms. Tanner, do you agree that we probably don't need to have it precisely nailed down right now?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And so we have enough to go with.
So we can replace H with A, I guess, with that understanding, I think.
Okay.
Is that good, Jonathan?
Yes.
Good, Councilmember Filson?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, the minimized expenditures, I'm sure they will. And so I think, great. I think this now is more guidance and reflective of where we're trying to head. Thanks.
Great. Councilmember Ku.
With item G, adaptive reuse of historic structures, is this, are you indicating preservation of the historical building in this comment?
I'm not really trying to be overly prescriptive here. I'm not sure that 100% of the building, needs to be preserved. So again, I was going from the alternatives in the packet, and again, I think a lot of what came to us in the letter reflected this. So I'm comfortable having staff continue to work on this and come back with a preferred scenario.
And okay. And in the policies for that Councilmember Cormack brought up, I think one of the items was urban design guidelines and neighborhood fabric. So through this, would it be appropriate for staff to also look into development standards so that it retains some of the neighborhood's character?
Again, I'm not sure what you're looking for when you say that. I think we're changing the character quite a bit with like a naturalized creek and a lot more housing.
Because I don't think it was ever discussed in the working group about design standards, and I think maybe staff can come back with some design standards when they bring this back. Just
maybe I can speak to that if you don't mind. So we're not at a place ready yet for design standards. We're still just trying to get the overall concept, but we would come back with design standards at a subsequent, down the line when we've got some additional research and analysis that we're doing.
Oh, okay, okay, then I withdraw that. Thank you.
Hey, can I ask a question to staff? Does staff anticipate that once you sort of go down the path here, you're going to come back and say, yeah, okay, if you want to do this, it's going to cost $50 million or something. I don't know, some number. Is that something you folks anticipate?
It'll be south of 50 million.
Well, that's good news.
That's
Okay,
a commitment.
you'll
I'm
come
not
back-
sure Mr. Finlay can see through.
But you anticipate coming back with, one of the elements could be some kind of price tag on all this.
We will. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of areas where we're a little bit concerned, but for the most part, we're not seeing, I think we can get by until we come back to see you again.
Well, I'm sorry. Let me clarify there. Yes, I believe what Councilmember Philseth is referring to is the gap between financial feasibility as previously defined and what it would take to actually have this plan pencil out. The plan, implementation of the plan, not a document, the plan.
Understood.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for, so thank you for that clarification. The 50 million then comes into play.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Just finishing the plan. I thought you and Tom were going to do it on your laptop.
Yeah, no, well, you're the one with the great spreadsheet, so we might have to. go through them too.
But
no,
I do think under B, like you might come back with some changes of zoning and again, potentially amortization. So again, this could be a long-term plan where some of those costs could be modified perhaps.
Yeah, no, I appreciate city manager stepping in there. I didn't catch what you were asking specifically there, Councilmember Philseth. So yeah, we do need to do that kind of analysis to find out where we are. That in of itself may be a study, just to understand, to run these different, points out. Ms. Tanner, did you want to offer a perspective on what you're seeing at this point?
No, I was going to just say what the city manager is going to say. I do think I know other council members may have questions. So I did have a few questions on some of these letters. I don't know if now is a good time to ask them, or I see Councilmember Tanaka has his hand up. So it may further adjust the motion.
Let's go back. Let's continue with the council members and we'll come back. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Question for staff. So in this current motion, is there anything in here that would prevent the current R&D use to continue?
Nothing here that we're doing today is affecting current uses as they are operating today. So even if future uses were to cease, like let's say under letter B, amortization, that would occur, after the amortization study, after that's in place, and then however long the amortization study says the use needs to or can persist before needing to cease.
Just to clarify though, under alternative 1 office, it says once demolished, the office space may not be rebuilt. So, the underlying zoning would change to residential, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I think it's going to be important. I mean, I hear what you guys are saying that, funding is going to come somewhere else, but I think the R&D use continuing is going to be important if we want to see some of this development actually happen. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to happen. So that's what I'm just trying to understand. So, because I think that's an important piece. Because if it's all gone, it could be very tough. Okay, so B is not doing it, but if the plans actually happens, then all the R&D would be removed, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't think.
Well, I guess I should say I'm assuming that office here includes research and development. So that's
okay. Office essentially, yeah. So yeah. Okay. And then I wanted to ask the maker and second of the motion. So J is minimize additional expenditures. It's kind of vague. So I was wondering if we could put like a specific cap on that, like 200K.
No, I don't think we can. I mean, again, I think it's really to say we need to start bringing this process to a close. And you know, I think if they can come back with this preferred scenario, again, we need to start narrowing rather than broadening.
Okay, I wanted to ask about,
I would agree with that. I mean, the end result of this is basically a zoning plan. I mean, that stuff can be changed later, okay, but we have to have a starting point.
and then I wanted to ask about what item was it? G, adaptive reuse. What did you guys mean by that?
I think it was don't tear down the whole building, but leave at least the part of it that's historic, as opposed to alternatives two and three that said tear it down and replace it.
Okay, I just think it's going to be hard to make that mesh with the desire to have more housing because it's not really structured for it.
Again, I think the letter from Sobrato basically suggested that approach, that it would do adaptive reuse. And again, I'm not saying that is the plan, but it seemed like they were willing to preserve some of the historic aspects.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too. I wanted to understand that plan better.
Could we ask someone from Sobrato to comment on that? Because I would like to understand a little bit better.
On adaptive reuse?
Yeah, what do they mean by that?
No, he's still here.
That's a very good question,
Poor guy.
Mayor. Yes, I'm still here. Our proposal for the adaptive reuse is we start with the building currently, the main cannery building today is a little over 220,000 square feet. The Fry's was occupying about 84,000. The remainder portion, square footage wise, is currently R&D office. What we're suggesting is a portion of the vacant space that Fry's left from, we would move some of the existing R&D into that to support that. Remove the portion that's the least historic, if you will, architecturally, that abuts Park Avenue, and then use that portion of the area for the new residential. Our proposal isn't suggesting residential reuse in there. The footprint of that building is over 200 feet from left to right, and probably about 1,800 feet from one end to the other. I'm guessing about that number. And it's the maximum height there is in that monitor roof, which is just under 35 feet. So it'd be very difficult to get any kind of yield of units within that building residentially, whereas the office would financially support putting money in to restore the rendering that you saw in my packet, as well as allows us to move some of the building to residential now.
Can you speak to the other historic building?
You're referring to the Ash building?
Yes.
Yeah, the Ash building has been for a long time occupied as our office. We're not proposing any change in that building, but keeping that building in place in our current proposal, which essentially is just continuation of the existing use on that building. And that's about 5,000 square feet.
So I wanted to ask the maker and seconder of the motion, given the clarification here, is it possible to modify G to accommodate some of this?
G to what?
Accommodate some of the, because I think we're going to have to work with the property owner to actually make this happen.
Yeah, I don't think G says anything that's not compatible.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get more prescriptive, a lot more prescriptive in this tonight, because like you said, we're going to have to work with a property owner to sort of flush out the details.
Okay.
If we understand.
Okay, maybe we could add one other letter then, which is to direct staff to also meet with the larger property owners to explore their interest and support an alternative that meets the goals of the motion, including their properties. Because I think if we don't work with them, this can be pretty impossible to make this happen.
Does staff have a comment on that? I think you've been meeting with them all along the way, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to continue to engage. I mean, that's not a problem.
I think that maybe if I can understand the part of Councilmember Tanaka's motion would be to, not have a repeat of what we have this time where there's, things submitted at that time, but to work with them proactively and to incorporate their ideas into what we bring back. Is that what I'm
Well,
understanding?
I think inherently what we're trying to do is we're trying to merge the desires of the community with the desires of the property owner, because I think if we just do one party, not the other, or vice versa, nothing's really going to happen, right? We all have to work together somehow, right? So, so that's the proposal, is to have one other thing where I think this has to be a fairly close partnership given the concentration of property ownership in this area, right? And also we're trying to do fairly dramatic things, and so I think we have to, the city, the community, and the property owners all have to work together to make this happen.
Right. Based on what's on the screen, I feel like there's a lot of, I know we're not being prescriptive, but it's definitely sending us down a path, and that path may not necessarily align with the two largest property owners. Maybe Cloudera to some degree, but
I mean, with that understanding, I definitely would like you to continue to talk to them. So I think I'm
Sure.
comfortable with this motion. Again, we're not changing the letters above. We're just saying, have open communication.
Sure. Not a problem.
Eric, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's accepted. Greg?
That's all I had. Thank you.
So Rachel, did you have any other comments? Okay, Councilmember Stone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Just on the motion, right? So just on letter A, so alternative one, I think, has two properties that have been identified with additional 50 feet in height. I know it's late, and we can go back and study this, but if there were areas in particular that the council thought some going beyond 35 feet up to 50 feet made sense, as a default, staff might look at where the existing code allows for up to 50 feet as those additional areas or designated areas, trying to stay away from some of the R1 zones. Anyways, if there's any sort of comment on that. And then on K, actually, before we get to K, the fair and pure study on H. So just want to be clear that you're not asking staff to engage a consultant to do any additional studies on parking. We're going to take the existing information that we have, and we're going to come back with sort of a recommended parking distribution for housing.
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
And on A, I would just say, don't go nuts. I mean, be judicious, I think, in terms of where the 50-foot would be. And maybe come back even with a range if it really feels like there's a lot of spaces. And I think that was it.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then just on K, on the jobs, I think that's helpful for us to understand our jobs housing balance. We talked about this in the context of our PHC applications, and I could see why we might want to fine tune that. The only impact fee that I think jobs creation is relevant has to do with our trip generation or traffic fees, but not necessarily for parks, which are based on just the size of the building. And short of, I guess, doing some, internet searching and finding out what some what national trends might be, we can provide some information on that. But I just want to clarify, you're not asking us to get a consultant to help us fine tune that number, but maybe report out on what might be some other metrics to consider.
I think that's fair as well. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Council members getting late, but Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question for staff regarding kind of process and the timeline for the CEQA analysis and a feasibility study for the adaptive reuse of the historic structures. Can staff talk a little bit about that?
Certainly. So CEQA would be part of, when we have the plan that needs to be reviewed. So we're still a few steps away from that analysis being performed. As far as the historic structures, we would not be performing a feasibility study on that structure and its adaptability. And so, it's unlike a project where, you're looking really at a project that someone's proposed. We're doing a plan level CEQA analysis. So it's programmatic. So it's a little bit different in terms of its approach to each parcel. I don't know, Ms. Campbell, if you want to add to that, but that scope of that would not include, kind of the feasibility that, let's say, Sobrato itself might go through to understand, the feasibility of different types of things structurally within that building. I don't know if that helps you, Councilmember Stone. I think are you trying to get at the feasibility of housing being within the building? Is that what you're curious about, or?
Well, I guess broader, the feasibility of housing and what would be required for the adaptive reuse within kind of, because I understand we'd have to come up with a consideration of overriding.
Statement of overriding considerations, yes. So certainly, for example, as Mayor Du Bois suggested, perhaps if there was portion of the building can be, demolished, that would require the statement of overriding considerations to be made. And so, but I think feasibility is you can have many definitions and what feasibility means, but in terms of kind of structurally, could the building become housing and could it meet the standards of housing? I don't think our CEQA analysis would get to that level of detail. I don't know, Director Lee, if you have anything to add about how the CEQA would or wouldn't answer that feasibility question. I don't think it'd be addressed really through CEQA.
No, I guess, again, just reiterating that this will be a program level, document, EIR, and we won't know until we know what's being proposed. And at that time, we would study that further. But, if working with our historic consultants, if we would envision a change to that cannery building, even as we adaptively reuse it, if it gets modified, partially demolished in some way to accommodate a housing proposal, that may, we don't have that answer for you right now, but we would study that. And if that results in a significant impact, unmitigable impact, then that's when you need the statement of overriding considerations. So I think we just need to, look at that a little bit further before we can answer the question.
Okay, so just a little too early in the process right now that I appreciate that. And then just turning to the motion, I appreciate the motion. And I think it's been the refinements that have made, and I think the Vice Mayor for some of the additions here. I think this is far better. I'm glad to see that. So I'm glad to see that I like the addition of the plus and allowing for a 50-foot height increase in designated areas makes sense, and happy as well with E in there. So I'm ready to support the motion. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. All right, I think everybody's had a chance to speak. So let's go ahead and move to the vote.
Hey, can I make one more comment before we do?
I'd prefer not. Just everybody's gotten a chance to go around once. That's all right. Just be fair to everybody.
I just got a Nerf ball for staff, right? Which is, one of the staff reports sort of pokes fun at us for not doing big projects like they do in Redwood City. And, one of the ones you guys highlight is the Sequoia Station project, which has 631 housing units in it, which is, it's as much as we're talking about here. So I went and looked up that project. And it also provides 1.23 million square feet of office space. And so if you do the math out, it produces a demand for 3,600 housing units. So it's 6 times more demand than it supplies. And one of the ways that cities meet their arena targets around here is these blockbuster mixed use projects that add a lot more housing demand than supply. And this is one of those. So if you're sort of recommending that we look at this as a mechanism for meeting our arena targets, that's probably not the best example. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, so Councilmember Tanaka, I'll let you go ahead and then we'll.
No, it's really quick. I just wondering if you could split the motion, basically take out BEIK. And
Sorry, BEI and K.
Yeah.
No.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion without B, E, I, and K. And we're going to start with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
No.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
and Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on B, E, I, and K. Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
No.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
and Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We got through that item. And we're now on to Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormac.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. Just wanted to let you know that at last week's BOSCA meeting, Steve Ritchie came from the SFPUC. The regional water supply is at 68.5% of total system storage. That's below normal. People are asking about water emergencies. If dry conditions persist, the earliest the SFPUC would declare a water supply emergency would likely be in January of 2022. And we would expect to see mandatory 10 to 20% water use reductions from 2020 levels. So just wanted to provide that information since we're in a drought.
Thank you. And anyone else? Okay. Thank you to staff. Thank you to colleagues, and meeting adjourned.